Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds. There ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Hello, Diplomacy World, and welcome to League Night, where tonight we are going to be featuring 7 games, 3 from Virtual Diplomacy League, the premier virtual diplomacy league format, and the Tour of Britain, the premier virtual diplomacy format in all of the United Kingdom. And we are going to find out which players are going to come one step closer to the championships for their various leagues this season. My name is Brian Pravel. I am one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I want to first of all shout out and thank the team for kind of covering for me the past couple of months. I've had some personal life stuff come into play, and they have kept things running, and I'm really, really glad to be back here on air, and I'm especially glad to be here with this cast of characters. Craig Mayer, Peter Cook, Shane Armstrong. If not, that's what I'm calling you. Shane, glad y'all are here. This is a debut for some of you, and this, I think, would be good to let our viewers know who you are. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Craig Mayer, I have known you the longest, enough to know that it's Meyer, not Mayer. And Craig, why don't you introduce yourself? Say hi.
Hi, Craig Meyer. I've been playing, mostly I play in face-to-face tournaments. I've probably been playing for a decade now. Probably get to somewhere around 6 tournaments a year. And someday I'm going to win one. Knock all those second place finishes out of my record, and that's pretty much it. I dabble a little bit poorly in virtual as well.
Well, they say consistency is an important part of play, so consistent second. I think you're doing fantastic there, Craig. Peter Cook, just coming off a big event in New York City that I was heartbroken that I could not get to. I really was trying hard for that one. A little bit of mischief I missed out on. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about that event?
Will do, and come next year. So I'm Peter Cook. I've been playing diplomacy off and on since high school, so a couple years ago. And I got back into it, playing press, really, pre-pandemic, and then during the pandemic, started playing virtual face-to-face early in pandemic. But really, most of my play has been face-to-face in recent years. I'm one of the organizers of New York's local club, the Diplorats. And as Brian just mentioned, just 2 weeks ago, we had our first ever tournament, the Diplorats Mischief. We had 34 players from, ranging from sort of traveling heavyweight players to some very experienced locals to first timers, like first time ever on a board playing. It was a really fantastic event.
Well, welcome to League Night, Peter. And Mr. Shane Armstrong, you have been a stalwart within the Australian hobby for past couple years, I would say. Why don't you introduce yourself to those of us who may not be on that side of that hemisphere?
Yeah, so I'm one of the organisers down in Canberra and have been a pretty avid face-to-face player since the return of kind of resurgence of face-to-face diplomacy in Australia, where things are ticking along pretty nicely. So I occasionally play a virtual game here and there. I like to play DBN if I qualify, so that's fun. But yeah, this is it's great to be on League Night and to go through a couple of league boards and see how things are done elsewhere.
Awesome. Well, really glad that you are all here. And I'd like to thank each of you for joining us. For those of you who are watching live and joining us in Dip Chat, that is always one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast. Definitely encourage you, if you are able, to join the live broadcast, put in some little chat, talk a little smack, tell us what we missed, make some predictions, explain and give some context with no spoilers, please, after the moves have been revealed and the analysts have spoken about it. If you want to kind of help fill in the blanks, that's always helpful. And if you are in a time and a place where you're not able to join us live, that's okay too. You can add that information into the comments. We love having that conversation there as well. And you can find all of us in several different of the diplomacy discords, which we have linked in the show description. If you go in the description of the YouTube channel, you can find it. Probably good hub to start with would be the VWDC, the Virtual World Diplomacy channel. I don't even remember what the community. It's a great place to kind of familiarize yourself with some of the online virtual play. And then from there, there's various local hobbies and clubs and things that you can get connected with. Lots of ways to play the game of diplomacy. I am a believer that there is no real wrong way to play the game of diplomacy. If you find a format that you enjoy, go do that and celebrate it and bring your friends. And if you haven't tried that format, go and try it. You might enjoy it too. I think the strongest players that I have met play lots of different formats. And I think that helps build different skills and muscles within the game and help keep things interesting and get to know other people, which is what this game is really all about. So that's enough ramble. Let's go ahead and get, first of all, to our feature league tonight. I'm sorry, not the feature league, to our main event, the Virtual Diplomacy League. And we're going to do our fancy little graphic here and transition us into our top 10 standings. All right, on air, you can see the Virtual Diplomacy League top 10 after the month of June. The season begins in March. So we've had March, April, May, June, 4 months of play. This is our 5th month going into July. So we're roughly halfway through the season. And this is the point of the season where things start to get a little more spicy. The way the Virtual Diplomacy League scoring works is it will take your top set of scores. I think it's your top 4 scores, and then it will take the average of the rest. So you can see in our top 10, we've got several players. For example, our number 1 seed overall, Claire Bradbury, Rookie of the Year last year, coming in strong this season with a 50% top share and 6 boards played. So Claire's 357.3 is a very solid score. But it is going to be very difficult for Claire to improve on that because she's going to have to replace one of those other high scores that she already has. Compare that, for example, to Chicago's own Julian Wellman, number 9 seed, who's got 3 boards played. So with a score of 187, that 4th score, all of those points will count. So it'll be much easier for Julian to move up the leaderboard. I'm going to pause here and turn this over to our analysts. At this point in a league or in a tournament event, what's your mindset as a player? Let's say that you are one of those top players, and Shane, I'm gonna go to you for that one. As a top player, halfway through the event, what's your mindset at this point?
You've kind of got to be mindful of the tournament format, I think, and trying to balance improving your score versus kind of not pissing anyone off that you might be facing later on. That you've really got to kind of strike a balance between those two things. And I think the other important thing in this tournament where you can kind of make little incremental improvements on your score for the people who've played quite a lot of games is if your score starts to slip, you've also got to be very mindful not to chase things too much and not to like push things too hard, because that can actually ultimately be counterproductive. Like your objective here is to make the top board, and seventh is better than eighth in that scenario. So it's about balancing your opportunities to improve your score versus hurting your position more generally in the broader tournament space.
And Craig, at this point in the season or at a tournament, your leaderboard starts to solidify a little bit as we take a look now at positions 11 to 20. You happen to be here at number 14. So hypothetically, if you were one of these players in positions 11 to 20 and you are looking to make that move, what's your philosophy at this point?
Well, I think at this point, I mean, if you look just at my row there, the number of tops that I've had is 0. So I have, ironically, a really large ability to improve my score. Whereas if you have somebody with 3 really good scores, their total points for their season is not going to change a lot by the way the scoring system works, because you get your top 3 and the average of the rest. So going in, I'm not going to really, I've got 3 boards here. I'm not going to care if I get eliminated. So it's going to allow me to be a little more aggressive and maybe break some hearts, maybe not be so popular later on, but I need big scores here in order to move up. Whereas if you have somebody who's got like one, down here, we've probably got a little more of a we can really hit a burst of score versus sort of trucking along, trying to incrementally tiny make your score a little bit better, which you would see in the top, 4 or 5 right now.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things about this league format too is that, or the scoring format for the league, is that you can also come in and like we had someone win. I think Jordan Connors. I think he played 3 games. And he was able to not only qualify for the championship game, but I think he won the whole thing based off of just 3 games played. Did his job, scored enough to get in. So even if you are if you're interested in playing and getting involved right now, it is not too late. As long as there's at least 3 months left, you probably have a realistic shot at, if you've got some good luck and some good skill, at earning your way into that championship, which it's a good point. The Virtual Diplomacy League, what they do is there will be a regular season winner, and then that's the person who ends with the most points at the end of the regular season. But then there is a championship game. There's one final top board, and the winner of that top board will be the overall winner for that season. Peter, in events that you've run, like a league or a tournament, what is that? How does that change the game for someone as compared to maybe a player who's just playing a one-off game of diplomacy?
Sure, and I'll say I'm a stranger to VDL and playing these kind of long run, season-long tournament games. So the dynamics of those I don't know so well. I mean, the point that Shane made that really struck with me is that if you're playing with the same people so many times in such a compressed period, the kind of usual, buy you a drink later, all is, forgiven if not forgotten, maybe doesn't apply so much. I'm thinking particularly of tournaments I've played at that are on the smaller side and where you do end up playing the same people again and again. And those dynamics, that may have won you a game can cost you down the line.
You see that dynamic in club play as well. So if you've got a group of friends that you're commonly playing with, that's one of my favorite parts of this game, where you constantly have to balance. It's the relationships that you're building in the moment. You have to balance the relationships over time. You have to balance the relationships outside of the game, and you have to understand that all 3 of those things, and then you have to balance the relationship within the game, the meta game of the event scoring itself, and then within all of those, different people will have good days and bad days, and that creates this beautiful mess of human interaction and behavior, which keeps the game fresh. And it's one of my favorite parts of the game of diplomacy is it allows me to explore human interaction and put people into a safe but stressful environment, and you get to see how people react under pressure in different situations, and that's why this game is very much about playing the players, not the pieces. And it's a cliche, but it is an accurate one. So enough rambling by all of us. Let's move into our very first game of the July Virtual Diplomacy League games. Here we go. All right. And Peter, I think I'm going to give you the first break here. And Shane, why don't you call out our players in game 282?
Okay, in Austria we have Christopher Wardy Ward. Was recently at Worlds. It was great to meet Wardy. He's a top bloke. England is James Champion. I'm not familiar with James, but I soon will be. We'll see if it's a champion performance on this board. France is Lucas with no other information. Good luck, Lucas. Germany, we have Carsten Brutt Fotanhala, apparently hailing from Kigali in Rwanda, which is interesting. Italy is James Denham. That's an Australian player based in Melbourne. Russia is the everyman of world diplomacy these days, Darcy I'm Everywhere Morris. He's currently living in Canberra. And Turkey is Augustus or Augustus. It'll be interesting to see more about Augustus.
And it looks like we've got 4 players with no place within the Virtual Diplomacy League. So that likely means that this will be their first game within the Virtual Diplomacy League. So they will be some of those aforementioned players that are looking for a chance to get their first scores and see how they do for the rest of the game or the rest of the season. Okay, let's take a look now at spring of 1901. Shane, I'm going to have you call things out at first. You'll take all of 1901, and then Craig will do 1902. If I can get Dipcast to respond to me. Give me a second. All right, that's some high quality television right there. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and close this out and relaunch it, see if that helps. And while we're doing that, Shane, spring 1901 in Australia. And then Craig, I'm going to go to you for North America. What is your approach as one of the players in 1901? What are your goals?
Personally, for me, it's get a decent position to get some dots, be flexible about what you can and can't get, and don't get jumped. Pretty simple.
Yeah. And in North America in 1901, you can anticipate playing for the next 14 hours. So, you shouldn't need to be in a hurry. You don't need to anger your neighbors just to get that extra dot as France. So I usually approach it just like find an ally. Doesn't matter which one, mostly on your side of the map. See if you can find an ally, and be generous and be good to your allies, or don't.
Be good until you can be good no more.
So you don't need. Yeah.
It's funny you talk about the 14 hours because then we look at how long the games go for and we get the same amount of play done in 5 or 6. It's quite something. These weird little cultural differences.
Yeah.
Yeah, spring hours is generally pretty boring.
Yeah. I've played some face-to-face tournament games in North America that have gone until the 19 teens. So and those can last 12.
Yeah.
12,
that I don't mind. It's a 1908 that takes like 6 hours.
Yeah. That's brutal.
All right, so we'll try this again, and hopefully we'll get a response here. It's loading on my screen, but it is not accepting my commands for some reason.
Darcy is one of the league directors, managers this year, so I'm not sure he's eligible to place or go on to the top board. So it'll be interesting to see how Darcy plays in this game.
Yeah, that's an interesting kind of philosophical thing, right? As a tournament director, working out when you have to fill a position, how to play that position, and where the value is. There's like some philosophical perspectives where I'll just ignore that. There were some philosophical perspectives where you kind of think, oh, the TD thinks to themselves, well, I won't influence the game. I'll just play kind of passively and let it happen around me. And then which I've seen done, and I've tried as well, and I don't. There's the other approach, which is the kind of Peter McNamara approach, which is play the position, and I think that actually does the game a lot more justice. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I mean, you shouldn't be going out to try and crush and solo a game, but you should still be playing fairly. Should be.
As you know, in the couple tournaments that I've run, I've had to play as a fill-in player, and I've always felt like play to the best of your abilities, because that keeps the rest of the game honest. And there's a grand tradition of TDs. Even though they're not eligible, if you put their score in, they tend to end up on the podium because nobody wants to kill them because they know that the score doesn't count.
That has been the opposite of my experience when I've been TD.
I think
score doesn't count. We're gonna game up on this guy.
Yeah, they can see you as a dot pinata as well. That's true. Shall we get going?
I am trying. Yeah, look, go ahead. It's still not responding to my my commands, so I'm trying to see what else I can do. But you can talk through Spring of 1901.
All right, let's do it. Well, my eye is immediately drawn to England. Something you don't see very often. Going to the Channel and going to Wales is very. James sees Lucas as something to be concerned about. Manages to get Channel, no bounce there. Also goes into North Sea, and James is very fortunate that Darcy and Russia opens very firmly south. So James will get Norway and will be off on an adventure in France unless they can be persuaded otherwise. Otherwise, we see the Germans doing the very standard Denmark, Kiel, Ruhr thing. As I said before, Darcy's got a very standard set of moves: bounce Galicia, bounce Black, go to Ukraine, go to Bothnia, sets up to hopefully take Sweden and have influence on Rum. Down to Turkey, we have Smyrna for all intents and purposes holding, taking Con, and the bounce in Black as we noticed before. Wardy in Austria, bounce Galicia, very boring. Serbia, Albania, dull, dull, dull. James in Italy goes to Apulia, potentially setting up for the convoy into Tunis, and just holds in Venice. Looking at Lucas in France, Mao, Picardy, Marseille, very kind of standard. But yeah, the standout here is James in England. Everything else is really, really conventional.
All right, this is unfortunately still not working. So let me try a couple other things here. I am so sorry, folks. This is a first for me. Let's see if it'll respond this way. No. All right, I'm going to restart my virtual machine and see if that helps us. And that is going to require us to not have this on for a little bit. It's going to take a few minutes. So I think while we are waiting for all of the tech issues to work through, yes, I agree. That is exactly what I think we're going to do. And yeah, this does never happen. It's always some other thing that's never happened. I take chat advice some of the time, Chris Kelly, but it is I try to filter who's giving it for that advice. So while we're waiting here, anybody got any upcoming events that they'd like to plug?
I can lead off on that one. In the Australian face-to-face scene, we have the Flying Fox Fandango coming up in Melbourne, I believe, in October. I can get you those exact dates in just 1 second when I load up the WDR because I don't have it committed to memory. And the Australian Open will be in November. They're the last two of the year in Australia in the face-to-face scene.
Do you have? I think there is. I think the answer is yes. Is there like a Australian like cup or like some sort of?
There is.
Yeah.
We have a basically what the Europeans would call a Grand Prix, where all of the results over the face-to-face season are kind of put together through some sort of Peter McNamara mathemagic, and the winner of the Bismarck Cup is announced at the Australian Open. I'm the current Bismarck Cup holder. I'll bring it on later and show everyone. It's I think it might be actually the oldest continually active trophy in world diplomacy, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, the Bismarck Cup scores continue to be calculated. I think Peter posted an update recently, and I think Brandon Austin's currently in the lead. So, and he can play the next 2 tournaments too. He's not TDing anything, so he can keep racking up the score. So my advice to all Australian diplomacy players is to kill Brandon.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah.
Craig, anything that you want
Yeah, so next weekend, at the very end of July and the beginning of August, is the regatta in Denver, Colorado, which is this year's North American big show, where we'll have a new, we'll crown, I think, a new North American champion. It's also the final event of a similar type thing. We have a West Coast circuit called the Wild West Circuit, with the trophy called the Buzz Cup, named after Buzz Eddy, a very, a founder of the North American Diplomacy Federation. I'm the current cup holder for the Buzz Cup from 2025, and then next year we will, or for 2026, this will be the final final event for that cup, and so we'll have somebody crowned there as well. I think in North America, then Weasel Moot, I think you could probably speak to that. That'll be in, I want to say that's in October.
Yeah, it's October this
Usually
year.
Yeah, it's like the first weekend in October. It's usually around that time. And then, of course, there's Carnage on the Mountain, which is David Moletsky's tournament that he runs in conjunction with that large tabletop gaming / role-playing / LARPing convention that goes on in, I think it's in Vermont. It's at Killington Resort in Vermont. Really a fun tournament. Great to go to if you can get there.
Shane, you referenced the World Diplomacy Reference. That's a great resource for anybody who's interested in getting updated events information all across the globe.
Yeah, that's kind of my go-to for tournament dates and stuff, and I know I keep the Australian data up to date. So that's world-diplomacy-reference.com. So to give you the dates for the Fandango in Melbourne, that's 17, 18 October. They've announced the venue as well, and it's going to be held in Brunswick, which is a great part of Melbourne. Plenty of great food and drink to be had there, and it's going to be an absolutely magnificent vibe. So that's great. And here's the Bismarck Cup. It's a little tarnished, actually. I don't know if you can see it because I haven't really been polishing it, of course. But that implies there's actually real silver in this thing, which is cool. So if you look back, it dates all the way back to, oh my goodness, I think 1989 is the first date that's on this trophy. So
That's
this is
incredible.
there's been some off years when the face-to-face scene has kind of gone into hiatus or whatever. But we've gone on to a second level of base, as you can see, different types of wood. But yeah, we've had to get it all updated and re-engraved and everything. But yeah, as far as my research tells me, this is the oldest continually used trophy. This is the Scottish Cup of trophies. The Scottish Cup is not the oldest competition, but it's the oldest trophy. So there you go.
I was going to say it's like the Stanley Cup here in the U.S.
I would love to see it get more layers. That would be sensational.
Yeah, I am curious. How do you? So good news. I did solve the problem. I work in IT, and anybody that's in IT will understand this. This is a layer 1 problem, which means the battery on my keyboard died. So we've got that up. But before we get to that, Shane, and I swear this has never happened. But before we get into our game again, how do you hand off the trophy between the winners?
Look, there's actually no protocol, right? Because it wasn't awarded. We didn't even get our hands on it. So 2024, Marcus Lone won it. And I think it got given to Marcus, actually. But quite often you have to kind of find the trophy and someone else has it. It's really, really weird. But I was thinking about this the other day, and I think where possible, because the Australian Open is the last tournament in the calendar, maybe we should try and have something where it's actually handed on by the previous trophy holder. So, yeah. I mean,
awesome. Well, when you figure that out, let me know, because I'm curious about that.
Yeah, there's no formal rules around it. It's just where is the trophy? Can we get it to where it needs to go? I'm not sure where it was. I think it was actually in Sydney before we managed to get it back down here. And I think Jason Gray, who I think is playing a game later today, managed to get it and bring it down to us. I seem to remember that being the case. It was just in someone's house who wasn't active in the hobby anymore, which is kind of what sometimes happens. So we kind of got to,
I mean, they did their job, won the thing, and now they're done. So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, let's enough of that. Let's restart, and we will reset with Spring 1901 just so we can get back into the rhythm of this game. And I'm going to mark this so that I can update our timestamps. And then when we're done with the animation, Shane, you can just really quickly call out Spring 1901, and we'll go to to fall of 1901.
Okay, into spring 1901, fairly standard openings. We have a bounce in black, bounce in Galicia, Austria doing the standard things, Condabal, standard hold, kind of holding Smyrna for the Turks. Italy opens pretty standard, holding Vienna. Germany, most copybook opening you probably ever see from Germany. France, same thing, stays out of Burgundy, goes to Picardy. The only interesting, significant thing on the board here is James in England opening to Wales and English Channel very, very, very firmly. That's what your eyes kind of immediately drawn to as the significant thing on this board. And James is also fortunate. He goes to North Sea and Russia opens south, which means he's guaranteed Norway. Your risk in going to Channel as England is if Russia goes north, you're in a world of trouble because you can be denied Norway very easily.
Well, sign of good diplomacy on someone's part. We'll find out who as we go into fall of 1901.
On we go. Okay, I'm going to start in England because it's the most interesting thing. It looks as though France has supported Channel to Belgium. So they've had some sort of agreement that England's going to get Belgium come hell or high water. France is obviously hoping the fleet goes in to get out of the Channel, but that did not happen because James convoyed the army in Belgium. It is really not great news for Lucas because Rouen has also gone to Burgundy, but Lucas will also pick up too and presumably plonk down Army Paris, Army Marseille, and ask them to please leave. I wish him luck in that endeavour. England also picks up Norway. Looking over to Russia, Darcy wanders into Sweden. Another bounce with Wardy in Galicia. Takes black. That's quite interesting. No bounce there this time. And Ukraine just slides into Romania unopposed. The Austrians go into Greece as expected. And then the next interesting thing on the board is Italy doing that convoy into Tunis, as you might expect to see, but also taking Trieste, which isn't particularly how a Trieste loan is meant to work. The fleet in Ionian is meant to go to Aegean. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamics with France and their neighbours and also the Austria-Italy situation.
So, Craig, you were around when the Trieste loan started to get popularized in face-to-face. I remember having a conversation. I don't know if we were on the same board or talking about it afterwards, but back when this was a new, exciting thing in the hobby. But this convoy was kind of how it was done. The whole move into Aegean came a little bit later, and I think it's much stronger for it. But have you played out of this position, the Trieste loan out of this position as Austria? And if so, like, what is your negotiations like?
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to hinge on what Italy builds. If Italy puts down 2 fleets, you're pretty happy as Austria because then you have overwhelming naval presence, in the Eastern Mediterranean theater. The issue is it's awfully tempting for Italy to just drop an army in Venice here. And if that happens, I think my own way is I look at Italy and I say, well, you're dessert because I'm going to throw everything at you here. And I don't care whether the pink and yellow folks get all my dots. You're not getting a thing. And that can be persuasive to some people and maybe not to some others. But yeah, it's this, this is why sometimes it's a little bit nicer to have that conversation right up front and just be like, you must go to Aegean, you must build a fleet in Naples, so that it's clear that this is a complete, being completely duplicitous on Italy's point. So here it's hard to tell because maybe they didn't even discuss what Ionian was supposed to do.
The issue here is that now you've potentially got Aegean is very contestable. If the Turks throw down Fleet Smyrna, you're just potentially having a 2-2 bounce in Aegean. Like if you go Ionian to Aegean in 401 as Italy, you're already in as position. Like the common bounce in black really incentivizes Italy to try and push into Aegean straight away if you want to run an Austria.
Yeah, this looks very Airish to me. It just with with Darcy kind of rolling the dice here and trying to get into black and take rum, right now this looks like a pretty strong AIR position.
So I'm going to throw a potential monkey wrench into that analysis. I think that's likely, but I think I need to run the numbers this year, but in previous years, it was somewhere around 1 in 10 times Italy will move against France early. We've got Fleet and English Channel, Army Burgundy. Is this the 1 out of 10 times that it makes sense for Italy to move against France early?
I've been thinking a lot about the Italy-France relationship recently, and how statistically France tends to do better. My theory on that is it's because Italy goes west so seldom, because it's very hard for Italy to get particularly much. In these sorts of situations where you're seeing France get jumped like this, I mean, yeah, maybe there is an incentive if Italy is diplomatically secure in the east to try and get something from France, or try and prop France up as long as possible, and then get given stuff later. The builds are kind of what matters. If the fleet in Ionian went and took Tunis instead, then yeah, go west. But this is a little slower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that army in Tunis is kind of a rock just sitting there. It needs to be convoyed somewhere. The other thing I was looking at in this this position is the German unit in Burgundy. I'm curious if maybe Germany sniffed out there was a strong EF going on just through somehow diplomacy, and was like, well, I can throw a monkey wrench into their plans by just dropping into Burgundy right now. And maybe I think maybe calling this a full-on attack on France might be a bit premature.
All right, as we go into winter of 1901.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Craig, what is it about these builds that are making you say that?
There's just that one fleet in Liverpool that can only go one way, really. It can go to North Atlantic, Irish, Wales, or Clyde, and it's probably not going to go to Clyde and then Norwegian, or North Atlantic Norwegian, when it could have been built in Eddie. So this is pretty loud and clear that at least England is all on board for attacking France. Now, however, Germany built a fleet in Kiel. So if Germany was thinking about just pouring into France, you might want to build another army, because it tells Russia, hey, you're safe in Sweden, unless I work with England, but you're safe in Sweden. I'm going to be attacking France with these armies.
I am on record. I believe that second German build should almost always be a fleet, because it's really difficult to get another chance to do that. And you just, even if you've got a great relationship with England, you're just making yourself so much more vulnerable in the future. So I support that fully. And once
you don't build that fleet as Germany in 01, it's going to be hard to convince your English ally that another fleet is okay to build.
You got it. So let's see how that played out. Those builds played out as going to 1902, Craig.
And so just sticking in the West there, we've got, that's interesting. So Liverpool did go to the North Atlantic, and the Channel went to Irish, and London went to the Channel. I mean, leaving the North open. Then we've got France kind of trying to do a little bit of a backpedal there. Interestingly, uses Brest to bounce Gascony instead of Brest to bounce the Channel. And Portugal comes up to the mid-Atlantic, all kind of defensive. I think France probably smells the target on their back. Germany moves out to Baltic to set up on Sweden. And then in the east, it's looking a little more airish as Rum gets convoyed across the Black Sea into Armenia, supported by Sev, and Warsaw drops into Ukraine. We've got a beautiful conga line that could have been stopped by any of the Turkish moves into the Aegean, but we've just got a little waterfall of red armies and the fleet lining up on Turkey, and Italy rotates fleets into the Eastern Med and the Ionian. I just can't imagine this going any worse for Turkey than this. I think any other move that Turkey did here might have been better. Now, there's no way to predict that because it looks like Augustus here protected against Sev being supported into Armenia by the Black Sea instead. And then Bulgaria looks like it tried to get Austria on side to take Romania, which didn't happen.
Both Turkey and France are doing the kind of who am I more mad at moves.
Mm-hmm.
Choosing who to defend against.
Ouch. Oh my goodness. So I'm just staying in the east where Turkey loses Bulgaria, which is piffed. Turkey loses Smyrna to a walk-in because Smyrna was supported into the Aegean by Khan. And then Ankh gets piffed by another convoy across the Black Sea with support from Armenia. So Turkey just brutalized here, and fall of 02 is going to wind up on 1, and that's going to have to be a fleet instead of an army, which probably is not as good at defending Anatolia as a single army would be, not that you have much of a defense at that point. In the West, of significance, England gets into the mid-Atlantic, which is kind of a big tempo boost for the EG here. The mid-Atlantic is a prized possession for England this early in the game when running an EG, and also makes it into Belgium because Picardy and Brest move into Brest and Gascony respectively. Germany playing pretty passive here, takes a shot at Sweden but doesn't get it because is that correct? Did Norway support Sweden here? Had to. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if that's going to cause some diplomatic ripples between the EG here. And that might, if France can see that happened and use that as a little bit of a leverage point. But we have Italy coming west now towards France with movement from Venice to Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea into the Western Med. Convoys back to the boot, which we talked about earlier, that Tunis army is kind of useless in Tunis, needs to be moved somewhere. Apulia is a very common place for that unit to go when Italy readjusts its position after the 01 builds.
I like that set from Italy. It's just everything's moving where he wants it to, and he's managing to play in the east and now the west, which is very cool.
Yeah, and there's it gets more difficult as the turns go on to make that convoy. So good time management with that convoy there. Winter of 1902. We'll take a quick look at the adjustments, and Shane, I'll turn it over to you in spring of 03.
On we go. I'll just start up with Russia because that's where my eye was drawn. Seems like there's been some sort of deal done between Germany and Russia here in that Russia will pick up Norway and then Germany will get into Sweden. So that's working out nicely. Let me move around into the east. Have what looks like a safety bounce in run between Wardy and Darcy. The attack on poor old Augustus continues. Gets kicked out of Con, and it's a Russian fleet going in. Although it seems like Wardy and Darcy are now cooperating in Smyrna, putting an Austrian fleet into Smyrna. And then we have everyone's favorite thing, Con and Smyrna, both being forced to retreat, both retreating to Aegean, and both being blown up. Through to Italy now, Wardy it's Wardy's going full west now into Italy, walks back home, says Trieste is Austrian, thank you very much, into Tyrolia as well to have leverage over Venice, and it looks like there's an unfortunate misorder on James's part, who's tried to go to Albania but has accidentally convoyed somewhere else, maybe to Trieste, I'm guessing. Could just be an input error on backstabber from the player. Goes into Tyrrhenian, walks into Spain, so all is not lost, but it looks like right now we've seen a fusing of an alliance between Austria and Russia, and be interesting to see how that plays out long term. Going over to the west now, the EG continues, putting Germany into Paris, backfilling into Burgundy to gain more position, and England remains welded in mid-Atlantic Ocean. And with France losing Spain, it's becoming a little more difficult for France to survive here. But they are not dead yet. There's still play in it, diplomatically speaking. But we will farewell Augustus in Turkey very, very soon.
Craig, the West right now is fascinating to me. It feels to me like there could be a little bit of tension here. If you are Germany and you're trying to manage this relationship with England, I imagine you may be a little upset. There's some kind of deal making. It looks like maybe going on with Russia. I feel like Karsten's going to have some choices here in the near future. How would you be feeling if you're in Karsten's position in Germany here?
It's sort of, I mean, it depends. Like if you've got a decent relationship with the English player, you could probably patch this up and work past the freezing out of you from Sweden before. I don't know though, like this early in the game, like little breaches of trust like that, they tend to ripple through the rest of the game because you'll never know, like, okay, is this the time now that I'm going to get stabbed? And, England, Holland is empty. It can be protected by Ruhr only, really. It's kind of a dicey German position. Plus, you've got an Austrian unit in Tyrolia that you can't ignore, even though that's separate from what we were talking about. It still puts a lot of pressure on Germany to make tough decisions on what it is they want to focus on.
I was going to say, this is a point in the game where as Germany, you've got to be really kind of comfortable in your diplomacy to be having your kind of backside hanging out over the edge of the cliff. Mm-hmm. So it'll be, how it plays out will be something to watch. I might start in England this time. James is going back to Norwegian Sea from North Atlantic Ocean. Clearly feels secure enough in the France situation. They've seemed to have actually patched it up because the Italians have offered the English support into Portugal and it hasn't been taken. Brest is gone though, so the English put the army into there and they're cooperating with Germany still on that front, so that's interesting. We also have a self-bounce in Munich, a support from that I can't quite understand what is going on there with that support related to Munich. It's Venice supports trolley to Munich. Okay, moral support, as it were. So we have Germany managing to preserve Munich potentially for a build, which, well, they get a couple of builds here, so that's great. They chuck down another army and they'll be happy. Darcy has gone back into Sweden by the looks of it, leaving Norway to the English, but also pushing up into the Barents Sea. A lot of flexibility in Darcy's northern position, and he's kind of diplomatically playing it pretty flexibly, which is nice. And he's also in the fortunate position where he can now just push everything away from Anatolia, going into Galicia, potentially sailing into Germany here if he wants to, up into Sevastopol. He has a lot of flexibility in his position here. He should be pretty happy with that. We also have the great sign of the Russians out into the Mediterranean with Con going to Aegean with the help of young Christopher Ward. Wardy also de-escalating from Anatolia as well, moving Bol back to Serbia. But he is unsuccessful in capturing Venice from the Italians. But nonetheless, the Italians are going to lose 2 here, but pick up Spain as 1, so they'll have to pull 1 unit.
Yeah. Well, this EG is a real Jekyll and Hyde alliance right now. It's like the alliance in the French homeland is like solid, airtight, good cooperation. And then the alliance up in Scandinavia is just stab each other, cutthroat. You've got North tapping Denmark for the only reason that would have been ordered is to allow Russia to take Sweden back. And you'll notice that Russia from St. Pete could have walked into Norway there and didn't. So that's interesting as well. I'll bet there's more ER cooperation under the surface than maybe Karsten is perceiving.
Oh, no army build in Munich. We've got another German fleet.
I mean,
and there it is. And there it is. Yeah.
There is no EG. It's that ended officially last turn, and if there was any doubt about it, that fleet definitely made that clear. I guess arguably you could say it could go up into Sweden, but no,
Yeah,
that's
I think you look at the armies massing on Germany's eastern front, and that I think Germany is going to be in a world of hurt here in about 2 seasons.
I think Germany's saying,
Well,
"Hey,
quicker than that.
I'm more upset at England than I am at Russia."
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
this
there it
is-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I was in an Austria game recently with Darcy. He was Russia, and we pulled this move around this time, actually.
yeah, so we see in the spring of 04 here, we see Russia and Austria working in concert, coming right up to the line. They've got, if I'm not mistaken, they have Munich and Berlin guaranteed here. And sort of to their eastern side, they kind of leave Italy alone here. Italy looks like might just be setting up a more of a defensive line there, so that Piedmont, Venice goes to Piedmont, and Apulia comes up to Venice just to protect that. And in the west, we've got Germany now turning around and helping France back into Brest, where that French fleet in Brest is going to be a million times more useful than it was in Gascony now that it's in Brest. Gascony is not a great place for a fleet to be sitting. And then Germany takes a pot shot at Marseille and gets blocked by Italy. Yeah, so, and then Germany waltzes into Belgium, but loses Denmark for his trouble. In the fall, just staying in the west, England takes Brest back. Unfortunately, even it wouldn't have mattered because Paris got tapped, but Paris didn't supply any support for that unit in Brest. Portugal walks into Spain because Spain walks out into the Western Med. In Scandinavia, I think not much happens other than Denmark becomes English. Yeah, not much goes on up there. And then we've got a little bit of movement. We've got in the east here, Austria takes Munich and Russia takes Berlin as predicted. But in the Balkans, Wardy brings an army back to Serbia while Russia moves out of Bulgaria into Romania. This might just be good fences make good neighbors, maybe, although I'm not sure I'd be super pleased with that move to Serbia if I were Darcy, but we'll see how that plays out.
Winner of 1904, we've got Darcy Morris winning the Miss Congeniality Award on this board. Has the most friends and the most points at 9 centers, followed by Christopher Ward coming in strong with 8 centers in Austria. Christopher Ward has not been very active this season, but has made it into the DBNI at least once, and I feel like probably twice. He's a top quality player and often makes a late entry into the points standings. So not unusual to see him start playing around this time of year again, and expect to see him moving up the leaderboard as well. Next up, we've got James Champion, who is new to me, and a strong position in England as 6. With 6, but I don't know that it's going to be strong enough to keep up with that monster of an AR unless one of them decides to flip on the other. So that's what I'm going to be looking for as we move into the next half of the game. Most virtual diplomacy league games end in 1910. Games are time limited, not year limited. So we've seen some games end as early as 1909, reaching a time limit if they don't draw earlier, or some games 1911, even 1912, if players are entering orders early ahead of what they're required to do. So at this point of the game, we like to play Who Do You Like? And this is Shane, it's your call. So we usually go to whoever's call it is with the first pick. You get to pick one power that you would like to replace that you feel like is going to give you the best chance to win the game. Pick a power and tell us why.
For me, it's Darcy's position in Russia. He's in the med, which is fantastic. It may potentially have been Wardy's position if he had more boats, but he's Austria, so he generally doesn't. But like Darcy's got 2 northern fleets there. I mean, he could have even waived the Sev build and built elsewhere later on. He's diplomatically seems pretty secure with Austria. I mean, I don't see why the 2 of them don't just continue to try and roll the board from here. The issue with them is cracking Ionian, but that would fall in time anyway because James has to defend Venice and Ionian, and he can't defend both. So yeah, I think the Russian position is best, and then probably followed by the Austrians.
Craig, if you can pick Darcy, but if not Darcy, who else would you pick?
I actually might even favor Wardy's position over Darcy's position, although putting that army down in Sev changes that calculation a little bit. But I like that compact position that Austria has right here. If Austria is able to, because there's no German pressure on Munich, so if Austria is able to get some units on the boot and maybe even put down another fleet, that might be a pretty good position. That might be a winning combination there.
If you play the next dot game, they both kind of need each other. I don't see why they don't break here. I don't think there's any incentive for war.
No, yeah, I think there's no reason for them to split up.
That was going to be my question. We've got Army Sev slips down to Armenia. You've got a fleet in Aegean. There's no way that Austria can protect Smyrna. That fleet in Aegean gives you play on Bulgaria, Greece. Is it go time for Darcy Morris, or you both feel like no, that's too early?
I think given he's like running the tournament and stuff like that, he's probably going to be disincentivized to really try and go hog wild in a game. I think he'll play well and firmly, but I don't think he's going to.
I think with all those Austrian armies that are, they can just move east immediately if something like that happens. Like it's pretty unlikely. I mean, I think your basic player will see that as kind of I can get 1 dot there, but what does that set off? What chain reaction does that set off with all those Austrian armies then are free to just come at me?
All right. Well, does Darcy Morris 1 dot stab Shane Armstrong?
No, he does not. What's my eye drawn to here? Because it looks like the alliances are fairly fused at this point. Yeah, look, Darcy and Wardy are still continuing to work together, putting the Austrians into Kiel. Darcy takes Norway, so there's no real chance of Austria, England working together to push the Russians back. They try again for Ionian, but it doesn't happen. But nonetheless, they're getting position in Tyrolia, and they'll soon get position in Venice. And actually, they can be locked up for a little while, but they're still making plenty of hay together. France, nice little fight back here. I was really glad that Lucas was able to plonk an army down and become a bit more viable. Moved into Mal, potentially threatening Brest, or even trying to slip up to now in the North Atlantic later on to be a real pest to England. Yeah, I think the game just kind of rolls from here. It looks like. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
they agree. So
okay.
All right. So game very much rolls over. Fall of 1905. We got Darcy Morris coming in at with 9 centered board top. Shane, or no, Craig, I'm going to go to you for this one. You liked Christopher Ward's position. Do you accept this if you're Christopher Ward?
I don't know. I think I might make a pitch that this should be a shared top.
Same.
Just say, let me. I'm not a greedy man. Just let me share the top with you. You're not. The score doesn't matter for you at all. I think you played great. It's reasonable that you should be on the top, but I think we should share it. I think you could do that. I mean, because right there, if you just stay where you are right now and let this season play out, let the fall go, it's a tied shared board top. So I'm not sure why Wardy would take this draw.
I have a little context here. I know that Wardy kind of just jumped and filled a position. Wardy and Darcy jumped in and filled those positions. And the other thing yesterday, because Darcy was playing, he called out on Discord for someone to do a draw vote. So I just jumped in so they could get it done. And the only context I had was talking to each player and saying, do support the draw, then going back to the board and telling them they had a draw and then leaving. But they were all very happy to draw. There wasn't any of, there was a little umming and ahhing from, I think, from France, which was kind of interesting, but I think maybe they thought they could maybe get a dot back, but everyone else was like, yes, please, can we draw? So that probably shows you why you're drawing fall 05, not winter.
And
I
why
don't you 9-9 this and like the two people who came in get a decent score and anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I think the story of this game to me is the relationship between England and Germany. When that started to crumble, it really just fell apart because France couldn't do anything to help. That fight ensued and it just let the East pour westward.
Well, that was lots of fun. Time for us to do it again. Craig, we're going to give you the first break and welcome Peter back on. Peter, anything to close out on what you were able to catch of that game?
I thought it was super interesting. I mean, yeah, the German-English relationship, it was odd for me to see, or unusual to see, two high-tempo alliances going both in East and West. A lot that I've played recently, you've seen one side of the board wrapping up quickly while the other one gets a bit more bogged down. Here you saw them both moving very quickly to eliminate a player. It obviously went better in the East on that front. But I was really shocked to see the amount of trust that England was placing in its German ally in those first 01, 02, 03. I mean, it left the North Sea open, I think, for 4 turns in a row. Ultimately, it only took it back because it retreated into it. So, and for at least 2 of those, I think there was a German fleet in Denmark that could have just slipped in any time. So to see that level of trust, but then also to see England kind of doing a little balancing, helping Russia against its German ally, I think that may have been something that England might have come to regret. I don't know.
I love that game. It was really fun. We had some players that weren't familiar to me. I don't know their experience, but I think they performed well. Really glad to see them. And what was interesting to me is a lot of times when you do see 2 tempo alliances moving towards the line quickly, the West tends to win out on that because there's only 3 powers and the East is a little more complex in 4. So to see the East be that tempo power coming across the line was a lot of fun as a fan of the game. So thank you to our players, and let's transition to our next game. All right, did the fancy transition, but failed to bring up the scores or the players. Peter, I'm going to give you the lead for this one. Why don't you introduce our players?
Sure. So in Austria, we have some guy named Craig Meyer. And in England, Sheil A., whom I don't know. France, Christopher Ward, who we saw in that last game, is Austria. Germany, we have Ben Kellman from Ann Arbor, Michigan, my former hometown. Italy, we have Jason Gray from Sydney. Russia, there we go. Russia, we have Justin Lohr. And Turkey, whom I know. And Turkey, we have Ian Hampton, whom I don't know.
This is a really good board, good mix of new players and veterans. Ben Kellman has been around since season 1 of the Virtual Diplomacy League. Very tenured veteran, has qualified for the DBN Invitational several years. Really good quality player, very reliable. And then we've got Jason Gray, Justin Lohr joining close in time period together, both very came very strong in their entries, really solid players, and you can see they're having good seasons this year. 3, 5, and 6 on this board for their place in the Virtual Diplomacy League going in. So this is going to be a good game from a standings standpoint as well. Shane, anything that you're going to be keeping your eye on, any storylines for this game?
Yeah, I mean, the 3, Germany, Italy, and Russia, are all looking to improve their scores, and they're in interesting powers where, there might not necessarily be a real natural alliance for that to happen. So, if you're seeing Russia, Turkey, and both of them are saying, well, why don't we both get 12 here and get a good score? It'll be really interesting to see how it plays out and how the incentives are balanced, really, I guess.
All right. Well, Peter, spring of 1901, take us away for VDL game 283.
Great. So looks like pretty standard openings in the West, I don't see anything particularly jumps out. England opening to Norwegian and North, and then Liverpool to Eddie. So I guess that's a sort of commitment that's pretty friendly towards France. Sort of commits him towards heading in only a couple other directions. We see in the East, Italy heads into Trieste, possibly by agreement, taking Ionian otherwise, moving to Apulia, bounce in Galicia, Austrian moves very standard. Turkey, we see Turkey moving that army in Smyrna up to Khan, which used to be, as I understand it, a very standard opening, and it's sort of fallen out of favor in recent times. And a bounce in the black and very standard sort of southern Russian opening. Oh, that knocking noise someone asked about, those are fireworks in my neighborhood. I live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, so fireworks going off all the time.
It's an exciting game. It's our first game to feature fireworks. All right. Yeah, that move from Smear to Khan does almost seem odd now, but for the majority of the hobby, that has been by far the most common opening. In theory, you get play on Romania, Greece, maybe Serbia, arguably. Gives you good diplomatic options. Got you good setup for defense. One of the reasons it's fallen out of favor is you have less flexibility in building in Khan. Fall of 1901.
Still me. Okay. We see, very interesting moves in the East. We see Russia supporting Turkey into Romania. I don't think you see that very often. And also Turkey taking the Black Sea at the same time. Wow. Wowie zowie. That is some strong diplomacy work by Ian Hampton. What else? But at the same time, we see Italy, that must have been an agreed Trieste loan, because we do see Italy sending its fleet into the Aegean. Russia forces its way into Galicia. Germany lets Russia have Sweden, England, convoys into Belgium successfully, it looks like, with French support, yes. While also taking Norway. Germany takes Holland, and France takes its two neutrals.
We've got Vikovar joining us from Twitch. Welcome. And got a question for you, Shane. Did Germany just mini-stab England by not supporting Eddie to Bell?
Oh, well, I mean, Edinburgh made it into Belgium anyway, so it's fine, right? Oh, but not supporting Ruhr into Bell does, but, well, yeah.
So that was an attempted
support of Ruhr into
I
Belgium.
guess.
Yeah. I've found that that's just my opinion. That's probably signaling. It's something where they're saying, "Hey, this is it maybe giving us a clue into their negotiations." We're not there if we don't know, but
yeah, I mean, someone might say, "I'm going to write this, and if you happen to do that, then good luck to you."
Yep. Mm-hmm. And also, I've seen players go and say, "Oh, well, this power asked me to do that," whether or not they actually did, so that you've got some leverage in your negotiations to try and maybe break up an alliance that you think is forming, and you're on the weak side of it.
That's too much 1901 mischief for me.
1901. I have found when I try to be clever, it really
you can save that stuff
later. All right, winner of 1901. Take a quick look at these adjustments. Anything stand out to you, Shane?
Army Liverpool's vaguely interesting, but I guess if you're a bit suspicious of the French, why wouldn't you? Everything else is pretty consistent. It's also kind of significant that it's an army con rather than fleet to kick the Italians out of Aegean, which is not nice for Turkey to have, but maybe they feel they can manage their way out of it. And of course, you see what is generally a sensible move with Ben putting that second fleet down, because as discussed earlier, when else do you get the chance to do it?
Yeah. All right, spring of 1902.
All right. Okay, so let's start just in England again. We have the bounce-in channel, which you were probably kind of expecting. When you both throw those two builds down, like even if it's hostile or not, generally the next thing is, well, why don't we bounce them? Like, because you want to kind of try and rebuild a bit of trust again. But there's also the move to Liverpool to Yorkshire, which maybe suggests that that is an attempt at détente more than anything else. But the really interesting thing is we have Norway sliding down into Skagerrak, North Sea going back and covering Norway, perhaps anticipating a bounce from the Sweden. But the German fleet in Denmark just walks into North Sea. Now, I mean, it doesn't really seriously threaten any English dots, but it can be absolute mischief when you're anyone but England in the North Sea. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ben does with that. That's very cool. Justin slides Moscow up to St. Petersburg, which means there's potentially a bit of play around Norway in the fall. Going down into Turkey, we see Ian Convoy to Armenia, which seems to illustrate that maybe all is not rosy in the garden of Russia and Turkey, despite that previous support with Rum, because we also now really see a lot of cooperation between Craig and Ian kicking Justin out of Galicia and putting the Austrians in. Otherwise, Jason, which we haven't actually really talked about yet, has pulled out of Aegean. So Ian with the right build, with the build that managed to work it out. So they're de-escalating there, and now he's pushing up into Venice and going back out to the west. It'll be interesting to see what Jason does from here. He's a really good player, so it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do. Right now, I think he's trying to keep his options open and see what happens. Maybe he's seeing that there's a really strong Austria-Turkey, and as long as Turkey's not throwing boats down and coming to the Med, maybe the three of them work together. I've run that alliance before, and it can be very, very profitable if you do it right. Into the fall, and let's just go straight to North Sea. There's an attempted convoy into Yorkshire, which doesn't work, but Ben also doing something which is quite fun, not really even bothering to support North Sea to hold, because then you can retreat and you can go pretty much anywhere and cause more chaos, which is what he does. He goes into Yorkshire anyway, so the army doesn't go in, but he puts a fleet in there to create more problems. Justin does not force Norway in this turn, and there is a bounce, interestingly, between the Germans and the Russians in Denmark. That's I'm not sure what's going to shake out from that relationship, because Justin did have the opportunity to do his very best to force Norway here and hasn't taken up that option. Meanwhile, in the south, Justin is continuing to have a bit of trouble because we have the Turks putting 3 onto Sevastopol and taking it, and then we have continued cooperation with the Austrians backfilling. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Ukraine, Moscow, Warsaw in time. It's not looking great for Justin in the south, and perhaps picking up a build in Norway might have been a better option to try and stem the bleeding. Going to Jason now, he's decided to go pretty much full west, apart from going into Serbia, which I suspect is just a dot trade. But we also have Wardy having somewhat anticipated that and doing the best countermeasure he can probably manage at this point in time, which is to go into West Med. So there is now no conflict between the English and the French, apart from maybe going to a channel, which might annoy England, but England has bigger problems. Yeah, the game is just starting to progress and build.
Yeah, we got a couple of veteran players kind of going toe-to-toe here. I'm not surprised at all to see the West settle out with Christopher Ward and Ben Kelman. Their personalities, I think, lend themselves towards working together pretty well if they choose to go that direction. And then Jason Gray, my perspective, Jason tends to play more of a tempo game at times. Yeah. And so I think Christopher Ward has been around the block, played a few games, probably expecting that. So not surprised at the moves, actually happy to see them. And it's creating some delicious tension early in the game in winter of 1902. Jason Gray putting down double fleets, making full commitment, and I don't think Christopher Ward is going to have enough to defend against that unless there's a little bit of help on the east side, the opposite theater of the board. So that's what I'll keep my eye on as we go into spring of 03. Peter.
Yeah, well, we see, starting in the east, we see Turkey moving its armies further into position against Russia with Austrian support, taking the Ukraine, moving up into Sev. We see that Turkish fleet in Smyrna moving out into the Aegean. We see Jason moving back out of Serbia. I can't tell what is Bulgaria supporting Rum to Serbia, which isn't ordered?
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And meanwhile, Russia, Justin just has to retreat to Moscow. It looks like the AT is proceeding apace. Meanwhile, Italy moves out into the Tyrrhenian Sea, takes the Ionian as well, just because you can. What else are you going to do with it? I guess that's a nice little sort of doorstop against Turkey. And then in the west, we get a German convoy into Wales, successful. So that's going to be tricky for England's position, I think. And the French move down from Brest to Gascony is interesting. I suppose they're worried. Yeah, well, to protect against the Italians. Yeah, that makes sense.
Craig's holding. Sorry, go.
Go. No, go ahead. No.
Craig's holding Greece is really interesting here. There's like these few little points of tension on the board in the east, right? Like you don't often see the Italians in Serbia like in this sort of situation. But he's not picking anything right now. That's just going to add to the tension that's going to be in the Mediterranean, which I quite like. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry, please continue.
No, please. I kind of wondered whether that move into Serbia was agreed, and I suppose it was to get those two fleets down. But yeah. And then we see Munich moving down to Tyrolia, which I suppose would be to help its French ally.
Yeah, that's you can't get the help on that side. We'll come take it a different way. And as a father, I have to give a plug for the dad joke of the German army having a whale of a time. Well done, stupid Flanders. Fall of 1903, Peter.
All right. We see, well, I was just saying how great that AT was working. We see Romania head down into Bulgaria with support from Greece. Turkey, well, maybe that was arranged because it's Turkey heading to Khan. It's not a retreat. So perhaps that was arranged.
It's a convoy too, which is very cute.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and say that wasn't arranged, which makes sense because we see Turkey going up one by taking Warsaw. So this all makes sense. Otherwise, Justin is holding in Moscow. The English support their way into Sweden. It looks like was Denmark. So why did that go? Skagerrak. Maybe I'm missing something. It was because Sweden attacked Norway. That's why. Yeah, there we go. Meanwhile, we see the Germans taking London with that fleet that retreated to Yorkshire last year, coming great handy now. And the French fully committing south, leaving England to their German ally while they just defend against the Italian, who continues to move into position in the Western Med, Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea, really setting up to go to town there.
So the big move for me here, Shane, is Craig moving against Ian. Craig's Austria moving against Ian's Turkey. This Turkish position is delicious. It is just really, really strong. So I guess my question is it now or never for Craig?
I'm not even sure it's a stab. Like I just don't know. Like you'd think if you wanted to jump, if you were Austria and you were like, yeah, I really want to jump Turkey here, you'd be wanting to get Jason to do something with Ionian, right? You'd be wanting to try and pop a G in or something like that, because like Jason's got more than enough to deal with Woody in the west and come and send one east. So I don't know that it actually is Craig having a pop at Ian.
Yeah,
I mean, and again, if you're gonna have a pop at him, why are you putting him into Warsaw?
Yeah.
Like deny him a build, pick another one up and chuck another one down. Like make his life really difficult. You'd even be looking to reverse the ferret here and try and get Justin back on board.
Yeah, Jason
Oh,
clarifying they're all agreed. So y'all's read is correct. So in that case, is it just, hey, we are a triple playing like one power and we're just trying to get the tempo as fast as we can? Is that what we've got going here?
The way I like to run alliances, yeah. Like let's all be on the same page and consider all the pieces the same. Like it's the best way to do it.
All right. We're in 1903. Maybe that's what I need. That's the secret I've been missing all this time. All right. Spring of 04, Shane.
Yeah, see, the thing I was going to say before we click this on is the big issue now in the West is that like Germany still no longer has French help in killing the English. So at this point in time, given how strong the East is, you'd be hoping to try as England for Germany to kind of see the light and try and start working together. Because yeah, Wardy has to do everything to defend against the Italians. And it literally is him on his own if you look at these sets. And he can't do it because he just doesn't have the units to do so. So, I mean, he's lost Mao here, which is like just really, really hard for him. And there's really, I mean, I guess you have the German sliding down into channel to try and help, but it's like, it's a band-aid on a gunshot wound at this point in time. Like, it's going to be really difficult for Wardy. Although the little saving grace for him, I suppose, is that Jason has taken a little bit of pressure off moving back out of Piedmont. But it's really difficult. Right now, you've got France fighting Italy on their own, and to some degree, England and Germany fighting each other on their own as well. And if that is happening in one theatre and the other theatre is working in lockstep, then like this game is just going to roll, because again, you have Jason, Craig, both are the two people trying to keep getting better scores and keep improving their game. I'm not sure where Ian is in the standings, but who doesn't want to have a good game at this point in time, regardless of where you are? Why don't you just keep rolling? The West is in chaos and the East is the one who's going to make all the profit. Looking over into the East, yeah, I mean, Craig and Ian are at peace, as you can see. There's an attempt at Tyrolia, which doesn't quite work, but then there's a walk from Galicia into Silesia, which improves the Austrian position. Moscow is gone. There's a nasty little retreat into Ukraine that I guess they really couldn't manage. But I mean, that's not the end of the world either. They can kind of control what Ukraine does after that point in time. I don't see why the East doesn't just roll the board from this point, to be honest.
Yeah, so this point of the game, like there is a long-standing argument about triples that has been around in the hobby as long as I've been in, and probably longer. Basically, kind of complaining if you get a good triple like this, they can get the tempo, get across the line, yada yada. I love it as a fan of the game because it creates such a wonderful tension that as the triple starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger, the incentive for someone to break that triple becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And so you're constantly having to balance this growing trade-off of, hey, if I stick together, I can get bigger and bigger. But at some point, am I going to get mine? How confident am I that someone else in this triple is not going to turn it into a single and kind of run away with it? And that tension is what makes it so interesting, and what I feel like can give the smaller powers the leverage. So what I'm really going to be looking for here, Jason was saying, hey, the plan was try and save England. So as we go into this phase of the game, I'm watching to see, will England be the difference in helping that triple come across the line? And if so, is there some kind of relationship that's built with triple that might, with one of the powers in that triple, that might give an advantage if it comes a point where somebody's trying to make a move? So those little powers can really be the difference maker, and the players that are able to keep them engaged and keep them involved and keep them motivated on side are oftentimes the ones who have the most success. So rant over, follow 1904.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is the thing, right? The dynamic of a tournament means people are kind of incentivized to triple rather than to try and get one gigantic score as if they were playing a one-off game, right? So you see that kind of thing happening. And the other thing as well is, if you're England here and they're saying, hey, why don't we just make you the biggest person in the West at the end of the game? You're saying, yeah, like, I've got a couple of people on the island right now, like, sure, I'll take that deal. So yeah, it's very interesting, as I always say, to see how it plays out. I'm going to go start in the East first and just see that everything remains cool, in which it does. They have their bounce in rum just in case Ukraine gets cheeky. Not much change at all in Russia. We do see the Austrians walk into Warsaw, but I'm quite sure that is all arranged, and the Turks will pick up Moscow out of this anyway, so it's all fine. It's just more dot trading. When you talk about the relationships between players in these situations, it becomes a matter of management, and you can see when good players are dot trading like this, it's just maintaining alliances and managing situations. Jason gets into Tyrolia, and Ben decides to not retreat to Piedmont and blows it up. More progress in the West for Jason in Italy. He's in West Med. He's in North Atlantic, which is always fun, and he's lost mid-Atlantic, but he can get it back if he wants it. We are seeing cooperation between France and Germany now, which is good for them and might slow things down. And Germany continues to make England's life a bit difficult, but I also don't know what else a German army in Wales could possibly do in this situation, apart from maybe hold, but he needs to protect London, so that's what he's done. The self-bounce in Berlin is interesting, I think, and a bit cute. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he's keeping it open for a build. might be the play there if he's picking one up. But I also can't. Oh, he's got a rebuild, so he'll chuck Army Berlin down here. I mean, again, triple keeps rolling. They're trying to assemble. France and Germany are trying to assemble some semblance of a defense. Let's see how they go.
All right. So before we put down these builds, we will play Who Do You Like? Peter, this is your call, so you get the first pick. Which power do you like?
It's tricky. Of that triple there, I probably like Italy best. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure, but I suppose if I'm Italy, odds are I can snag a dot or two off of France here, and then maybe I, break up some China in the east and start looking for an Austrian dot to take. But I don't know. I think of those three powers, I think they all have a good case.
I like Turkey. Perversely, I like Austria here. You're chucking down Budapest. If you want, you can just walk Serbia. You're only letting Italy have that by indulgence. You can 2-2 bounce Trieste and then force it in the fall. You've gone up 2 in a year. Then you have to force Jason to turn around. Like it's not a bad position despite the bits of green that are in it and the fact he's only got 2 home dots. But I quite like Austria, and Turkey is always nice, of course, because you're kind of in the corner and no one really hates you. So, yeah. I mean, Turkey and Austria can work here to attack Italy if they want, because they can they can walk Ionia now if they want to. Walk Ionia and walk Serbia, force Trieste. Like, they can make Italy's life very, very difficult if they choose to. I'm not sure they will. I think they'll just keep playing through. But I guess we'll see.
All right. There is that army in Berlin as predicted. And Justin Lohr taking the fun option, keep it disbanding St. Pete and keeping this army in Ukraine. Thank you, Justin, for keeping it interesting. Spring of 05, Peter Cook.
All right. So in the West, we see that Italian fleet, migrating for chillier waters, heading into the Norwegian. We see the Italian trying to get back into Mao, but not succeeding this go. And actually pulling back a little bit, perhaps because of the concerns that were just discussed about how vulnerable it was, moving Lyon down to Tyrrhenian, taking some pressure off of France. France is mostly just holding and or bouncing. We see that German army going back into London, and England, rather than going for St. Pete, now takes the north back, which I think means, I think it should be able to take London back, possibly, unless English Channel does something about that. And then what else? We have Germany moving its fleet into the Baltic, heading into Prussia, so wanting to get some play in the east. The Austrians do take Bohemia with Italian help, so that position against the line continues to move upward, sort of crawl upward slowly. But I don't see anything that indicates that the wheels are coming off Austria-Turkey, or really off of that triple alliance overall.
I find it interesting that Jason's passed up forcing Mao here, and France can hold that as long as France wants to now. It's going to take ages for Jason to get back into position to crack Mao.
Well, I think could he have cracked it though, because he had the German fleet in the English Channel also.
Oh yeah, true. I forgot the Germans were helping him out. That's true.
Yeah.
I wonder whether they're going to make some kind of trade where Jason ends up with St. Pete.
I would love to see it. North Sea
Well,
instead.
That's probably a little better.
That's even better. That's delicious. I love it.
Lovely. Yeah, it's great to see. So the English support the Italian into the North Sea. That's hilarious. And the North Sea heads into Helgoland. So England's going full Nemo me imponue lacessit here against the Germans. We see a bounce in Brest. We see France continuing to hold Mao. We see the Italian taking the Ionian. But okay. Well, I guess I'm bearing the lead here. What we really see is the Austrian dropping the hammer. Craig taking Trieste and Serbia off of Jason in one blow. That said, and this looks arranged because of the blow up. We see the Turk taking Bulgaria from Constantinople, and Craig blows up that unit there. Justin, I was going to say Justin lives, but Justin, England does snake St. Petersburg. And then we see the Turks also getting into Prussia with support from the Austrians in Warsaw. So yeah, Germany's getting encircled here and getting encircled by all kinds of colors that you wouldn't necessarily expect. So it's very interesting. Oh, and I guess it's a sort of more a stab at Munich, not really a full-on attempt, because Bohemia is trying to backfill into Tyrolia rather than supporting it in, which makes sense because there are enough units there to protect it.
Please don't disband North Sea, Jason.
This is a huge turn. Lots of stuff going on here. We do see the English player continuing to be a difference maker in how things shake out, finding a way to stay engaged in the game. So good job, Shiel. I think I saw earlier, this is one of Shiel's first games. So well done. Finding a way to keep involved. And then we've got that big move with Craig Mayer putting a knife into Jason Gray. I was going to ask last turn, hey, did Craig wait too long? Will he have another opportunity? And the answer is yes. So when this happens, when one player in a triple does decide to make the move, what I always keep my eye on is how will the other parties involved respond? Is Ian going to be okay with this? Is this going to become an AT? Or is Ian going to align with Jason Gray, and will they turn their attention to combine against Craig Meyer? Winner of 1905. Do our adjustments answer anything there, Shane?
I've been keeping an eye on Shield actually, because I find like for a good tip for newer players is to play when you're being attacked is to do what Shield did, right? You just stay viable and stay useful, and you will find a way back into the game, and that's what this is a really good example of. And the MII was drawn straight to their build, and they really want London back. All right, back to the Turkey, Italy, Austria situation. I mean, if you're Ian, you've been given Bulgaria as part of the deal. Craig has really committed to the alliance by blowing up his fleet and saying, all right, I'm just armies now. Is there an incentive for Ian to attack here and work with Jason? I mean, Jason doesn't really have enough to make Austria's life really difficult. And also Austria's throwing down a whole lot more armies and it's going to be very hard to break. So there is not a huge incentive there for Ian to break from here, I don't think. Ian can maybe get into a position, if you're going to play forever, to get more fleets and start getting dots and try and squeeze Austria with someone else's help. But I mean, realistically, if you're only playing for another 5 years tops, it seems like they're fused together for the rest of the game now. It's both of them trying to get to the top or maybe share it. Like whether they choose to race or choose to share it is kind of up to them. And thank you, Jason, for not disbanding North Sea.
Mm-hmm. So the question on Jason's mind, and probably on all of ours as we go into this, is it a good stab? And I'll ask everyone in chat. And Peter, what do you think?
I think it is a pretty great stab, frankly. I think it sets Austria up now to really have the dominant hand in this game, because I frankly think the Turkish position is now pretty weak compared to the Austrian here. Turkey really only has that one army in Moscow. His other armies playing in Eastern Germany, which, would be probably the first to get pulled if things turn on them further. I mean, they can, I guess, hold Bulgaria for indefinitely for now, but I think it's a good stab. I think it puts Craig pretty much in the driver's seat of that alliance.
You've got to look and see how Italy can get over the top of Austria to decide whether or not it's a good stab, and I can't see a way at this point. The only Mediterranean fleet presence Jason has is Ionian, and that's, again, at the indulgence of Ian, because he just forces East Med and then he can force Ionian, and that's kind of Italy in a world of trouble.
So that's from the perspective of how effective is it against Jason, but then you also have the question of how effective is it for topping and achieving the overall objective, and that's where I think the argument could be made, that this could advantage Turkey more than Austria potentially. So I don't know.
That's a fair call, but you've got to understand what Craig's motivation is going into the game. Maybe he doesn't care about topping. Who knows?
Yeah. All right, spring of 06. This one's you, Shane.
All right, let's go to the med because we already talked about it. Sure enough, Ian's going to force East med, going into black to get Sev out of there because it's pretty useless until it gets into the med. Although he does walk Greece, which may have been an attempt to bounce, which you'll quite often see, anticipating the Italians moving to Greece. But, you know, we'll see what happens on that one. Maybe they arrange a trade somewhere else. Who knows? There's de-escalation between the English and the Turks, which is good for both of them. There's still good cooperation between Austria and Turkey as well, forcing Silesia. And Tyrolia is also being forced by the Austrians, so it's good progress. Lots of good, clear black lines for people in the east. Looking over to the west, now I know Jason's pulled down into a bit more of a defensive position, which is good for him. Looking over to west, lots more black lines again. The French pushing back up into Burgundy, going into Irish Sea now, so that separation between Jason and Wardy is working well. Wardy now sees his dots up in England. Poor old Shield has fought back to be in a decent position, but is also going to struggle again. Ben's still making Shield's life difficult by forcing Wales. There's going to be more fighting on the island, unfortunately, for Shield. Then we go into the Italian fleet in North Sea, my favourite thing right now, into Skagerrak. Now it's getting colder. The Italians don't like that, but the prospect of supply centres keeps them warm at night. Yeah, that's kind of it. The east is rolling onto the west, and the west is fighting itself somewhat.
I called out the risk of that stab advantaging Turkey, and I completely overlooked the fact that it could advantage Christopher Ward. Man, he is freed up, and it's a whole new ball game for Christopher Ward as we go into 06.
Let's stick with talking about Wardy then, shall we? Nice little convoy swap by the looks of it. Is that what that is? With Mao, Brest, and Gascony. I think that's what that translates to. Lovely. I love a good convoy swap. The Germans picking up Liverpool with the help of Wardy as well, which means more building into the meat grinder, or at least reducing the amount of disbands Ben has to make because he has lost Berlin to the Austrians, managed to preserve Munich, nowhere to build. The English have taken Denmark from the Germans as well as Shield continues the world tour of revenge, and we get the loveliest thing I've seen so far today, which is Italians getting into Sweden. Delicious. Otherwise, in the east, lots of bounces, more cooperation. The Austrian armies moving to the line with the help of the Turks, walking Ionian, which is a thing. I guess that's the end of Tunis is really vulnerable now. Yeah, I mean, the Austria-Turkey alliance can just keep rolling from here.
All right, we've got a quick look at these adjustments as we go into spring of 07. Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, so the Turkey continues to do its part in this alliance. It's just becoming a fleet chain across the Mediterranean, moves into Tunis, which nobody can stop it from doing. And I don't think anybody is going to take it from them anytime soon. We see, I assume there's a lot of very sort of well worked out, sophisticated dot trading happening with the AT alliance here. We see the Turk moving into Warsaw. Meanwhile, Austrian armies get into Piedmont, as well as backfilling into Tyrolia. So that's going to work for the surrounding of Venice. We see the Austrian also getting into Silesia, leaving Bohemia open for now, but I think the Germans are going to stay put there. It's about the east. The west, yeah, we see actually Wardy deciding maybe his dots aren't in England. Maybe his dots are elsewhere. So he's bringing everything down. Back into the Western Med and backfilling on his way there. We see the German moving into Clyde from Liverpool while the English convoy their army over to Denmark. It's interesting. And yeah.
I think the top is Ian's here if he wants it. Which goes back to Jason's question about whether or not it's a good stab.
Mm-hmm. And then over here, we see, continuing on there, we see the English the Italians leave Sweden to head into the Baltic. The English take that off them. The Germans leave the English home isles. Well, they attempt to totally leave the English home isles, but if there was a convoy to Belgium, it wasn't followed through on. So they at least keep that army in London.
Trying.
They're now in the North Atlantic. Yeah, trying. Just
I tried to leave.
Yeah. And then
they failed the swim across the channel.
yeah. We see that Austrian army in Piedmont getting blown up, but by the French, which are now advancing into the Boot and into the Med. Venice is held with everything by its teeth. And yeah, we see a swap of Serbia for Greece. But otherwise, the AT, again, continues to, it looks like, work well. Oh, and then, excuse me, biggest news probably is the Germans retake Berlin. Because the Turks are busy holding Warsaw or supporting Warsaw to hold rather than supporting their Austrian ally.
Jason right now is doing the whole "you get nothing" thing to Austria, right? So, like Jason's angle right now is, well, I want to see Turkey get more of me than you did. So Austria got 2 here. Turkey has 1 going on 3.
Winter or fall of 1907, we had a bunch of powers all clustered around 7 and 6 centers. But here we see Ian Hampton's Turkey pulling away, taking a lead. Is it time to say uncle? Is it time to start having a draw here?
I mean, what else do you gain out of it? He obviously wants it. Craig is dragged out of position terribly and probably isn't going to get any better. It looks like France and Germany have managed to put up a decent front. I mean, the scores are kind of clustered. I mean, why don't you here? I don't see who's got incentive to go for more, and is it worth it? It's always about, are you going to upset people by being the one to force them to keep playing?
Well, we do keep playing as we go into spring of 08, Shane.
Be interesting to know when we've had draw proposals and stuff with this, actually. But anyway, Wardy self-bounces Mao, just in case the Germans get cheeky, bouncing Liverpool, shuffling around in Scandinavia, all very boring. The Italians putting the French into Venice is delicious. More of an example of the you get nothing. And yes, okay, so now we have Ian going into Rum. Austria turning around, Turkey turning around. I mean, maybe now we've got Jason into Albania and maybe he's taken Austrian dots back and he's getting his revenge on Craig here. Yeah, it seems like things have broken down and geez, yeah, who tops from here is actually a bit more of a live option now.
What happened with that convoy or that attempt? There was a convoy in the Black Sea, but it... Oh, okay.
Banked to Rum, but it went to Sev. That was weird. Cool. All right, let's keep looking over and see what's going on in Austria, Turkey, because that's all that matters. More dot swapping. Okay, so the Austrians do get an Italian dot because the Turks convoy and support them into Naples. That is again more dot trading and mess. The Italians don't get Trieste. This is just chaos. I mean, it's just messy as all get out. But it seems like Austria and Turkey are still working together despite the turnaround. Actually, this is weird. Maybe they're just trying to balance dots out now.
This is either best games these players have ever played, or it's one that they cannot wait for it to be over. There is no middle ground.
It just looks weird. It just looks weird. I mean, it's great for the West. Look at that. They managed to come back and be on the line. Like now, if you want the game to continue.
Ben Kelman, I thought he was done for and fighting back to be at 7 centers and arguably in position to top this board. Well done, Ben. But alas, it is not to be. Congratulations. Ian Hampton does come out with a dominating 10 center Turkish position.
Savage drop for Craig there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, I think Jason asked the question of the game, was it a good stab? And I think you can answer both yes and no, having seen this game.
It ultimately wasn't, right? And that's the thing you can do.
Yeah. So, I guess, Peter, this is your game. What's the story of the game? How did Ian top this game?
I mean, the story of the game for me is the AT alliance. It was very, I thought, impressive and sophisticated in how they were trading dots, always moving in the direction they wanted, right up until that last year when they, I think, had felt the need to pull back and perhaps protect their own interests amongst them within themselves. But with that, it moved so fast and was so effective, and then they cut the Italian player. Although it didn't really work out, I suppose, to Craig's advantage in the end. Certainly cut him at the right time for the alliance broadly, and for Turkey to be the ultimate beneficiary of that. Yeah.
I mean, Ian kind of knew his judo well, right? Like he let Austria do the thing, and then he used his weight against him and flipped him over and ended up with the top. It was really well played by Ian and really well deserved.
Absolutely. Craig, I'm going to bring you back. You had a little bit of insight into that game. What did we miss?
Was it a good stab, Craig?
Well, I guess I would say that hell hath no fury like a Jason Gray stabbed.
Yep.
I've stabbed a good many players in my career, but he really was not happy with that. And I talked to Ian after the game, and I think Jason probably convinced Ian that he was next on the stabbing chart. So Ian was like, well, I'm not going to let myself get stabbed. I'm going to stab first, which was the whole reason I stabbed Jason in the beginning, because I thought Ian was about to wreck me. So, because I was in a pretty poor position until I stabbed Jason. I mean, nobody was talking about how great the Austrian position was until after the stab. So I think that speaks that maybe it wasn't the best stab, but it was a stab that I had to do at the time.
I think to Shane's credit, he did actually pick you for your position before the stab. So he called out that stab was available. So I do think that I think it would be hard pressed to say that it was a mistake. Certainly.
Yeah, I don't think it was a mistake.
Yeah, I think my mistake in that game was post stab, just getting too far away from Turkey. If I had stayed a little bit more compact, and that's a flaw in my own game that I clearly recognize. I'm like, let's go, yeah.
Yep.
I
And
also suspect
somebody
Jason
behind
takes
me.
that stab if he's playing your pieces. That's the thing.
Oh yeah. So all right.
Also, somebody in the chat pointed out that it was Serbia and Trieste that I took. I mean, can you call that a stab?
Kind of Austrian, right? One
Right.
of them definitely is.
One of them's my home center, and the other one is one that should rightfully be mine if there's an alliance. But
We're just redressing the balance.
yeah.
All right. Well, that was fun. Thank you. We got one more Virtual Diplomacy League game that we will save for the end of this broadcast. Right now, we are going to hop across the pond, and we're going to head into the Tour of Britain. And my camera locked up there for a minute. Head over to the Tour of Britain and get in that rigmarole. And let's go ahead and bring that up. Could someone, while I'm bringing this on screen, talk through the structure of the Tour of Britain this year?
Sure. The Tour of Britain is, at least in the documentation that I've seen, is technically called a virtual tournament. It's played over 6 rounds from March through October. They take a rest in July. Games are played virtually over Backstabber, just like the league here. The games all end in 1910 if there's not a solo or draw beforehand. The scoring method they use is called 7-11. If you understand Carnage, it's really similar to Carnage. First place gets 7 points. Second place gets 6 points. There's like a tiebreaker if there's a shared place to figure out who gets the higher score. If you score more than 11 supply centers in your game, you get 1 bonus point per supply centers up to 7, which I think it's why it's called 7-11. And then the best 4 games of the entire tournament count towards your final score and final standing.
Awesome.
If any of that's wrong, I apologize.
Yeah, anybody who's playing could correct us for anything that we missed there. Then from a structure standpoint, tonight we are going to cover 4 games. So we're going to cover the January, February, March, and, well, I'm sorry, that's not right. We're going to cover several months.
April,
Yeah,
May,
March.
March, April, May, June.
There you go. Thank you. And go ahead and bring up our first game. And Shane, I'm going to give you a break. And Craig, I'll have you take the lead on game one. Why don't you introduce our players?
Sure. We've got Timothy Crosby, a really excellent player that travels to some face-to-face tournaments. He's out of Florida. Isaac Ukes, who lives in Great Britain and used to run, or I think he still does run, the Virtual Diplomacy League. Christian Brown, who is he's a constant spot on the virtual circuit. See him playing a lot. He's out of Peoria, comes to the Weaselmoot tournaments quite a bit. Alex. Micah Blum, who's this fantastic player out of the Netherlands, just kind of rips apart every tournament she's in, every league she's in. Jeff Wang, and then Justin Lohr again in Turkey. Justin out of LA, played in the last game that you guys covered. Excellent player, probably one of the best diplomats that I've played with, just very talented at negotiations.
All right, Peter, I'm going to bring up our map, and if there's any stories that you're going to be watching for, go ahead and do that now. Otherwise, we will get right to it.
No, I mean, the only players here I know are Justin, that I've ever been on a board with, really, are Justin. And I don't know this tournament very well.
Tim Crosby has won the Tour of Britain in the past. I think maybe the first season. It was one of the earlier seasons, but Tim is a very good quality player, very consistently towards the top. Isaac runs Virtual Diplomacy League, as was said. Christian Brown, Micah Blum. We didn't talk about this last time, but we've got the last year's DBNI standings. She was the #1 seed going into the tournament. So we got some real. And Justin Lohr was Rookie of the Year when he played. Lots of talent on this board. Going to be a fun one. Spring of 1901. Craig Mayer, take it away.
Okay, so in the West, it's all pretty standard. You've got Paris going to Gascony, but Brest takes the Channel, so that's noteworthy to look at, though doesn't set up for a force on Belgium. So we'll see what's happening there. And Italy moves to Tyrolia, which is a fun, dynamic move. And then Austria, very standard opening. Russia opens north. So England is happy that they opened Norwegian North and York. And in the fall, English Channel perhaps thought that there was a sea lion afoot, but Germany decided to bounce Russia out of Sweden instead, foiling the sea lion. But Germany says, well, I'll just take both the lowlands. Gets 3 builds as Germany and bounces Sweden out. Russia moves to Finland, and then in the Balkans we have a Vienna loan, which I actually think is kind of cool. I've done the Vienna loan quite a bit as an Austria who's going to be doing an AI, and then Turkey sneaks into the Black Sea, and Russia is denied Romania. So it looks like we could be another AT brewing, except that Turkey tapped Serbia for some reason. Mm-hmm. Maybe Turkey just wants to fight everyone.
As you do as Turkey. You don't need friends. Yeah. All right.
Germany puts down 2 armies and a fleet, and then arguing that it might be going after Russia here. France, a 2-fleet build, my favorite. And then other builds are, well, except that there's a army in Venice. So I don't know about that Vienna loan, if that was a loan or not. And Turkey puts down an army instead of a fleet.
Yeah. Well, should we head into 02? I mean, Turkey forces its way into Sevastopol. Russia does not use Ukraine to try and defend it, but rather bounces or attempts to bounce Galicia. But I guess it is a loan because Vienna heads to Galicia with Austrian support. Meanwhile, Italy sends its fleets east. Austria sends its 1 fleet east while moving its armies into position kind of unopposed. Turkey kind kind of holds in the Balkans and in Khan, but that just kind of allows everybody to get into position there. In the west, we have, the fleets. The French fleet is rotating up to head north, it looks like. That Army Portugal is kind of stuck there for now. England, does England succeed its way into the English Channel? Yes, it does. And France is going to retreat into Brest. The Germans are, in fact, moving into the Baltic while also advancing into France. Interesting. They're sending their fleets east, armies west.
They're taking the Justin Lore strategy of just attacking everyone.
Yeah. And interesting, the Russians convoys its army from Finland over to Livonia, realizing that Sweden is not in the cards for this.
Also, wondering about all those German armies. Are they going to go Prussia, Silesia, and then Warsaw is gone? So now that, ostensibly, you could have protected Warsaw here.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then, I guess the loaning continues with the IT because Austria takes back Vienna, but it moves into Bulgaria while the Italians backfill by convoying. That's really elegant and lovely to see. The Turks' army in Bulgaria gets blown up. They retreat out of Sevastopol, maybe realizing that what they need most is a friend. And they head into Syria to prevent a Lepanto. They don't lose Constantinople because Bulgaria, perhaps realizing Bulgaria's lost, they use it to bounce out that Austrian fleet in the Aegean. So they hold on to that while moving their army down to Smyrna to continue covering against this Lepanto-ish.
Love that defense from Justin.
Yeah, that's very strong. And then meanwhile in the west, we have let's see, is that a convoy? Oh, I see. It's a convoy of Portugal to Gascony. Oh, well, that's also there's a lot of elegant things happening on the board, while also sending the army from Gascony to Marseille. So kind of lining up to defend the homeland against the Germans, although not in enough time to keep Paris out of German hands this turn. And also, I think this may have been inadvertent they took a guess, I guess. They took a guess as to which would be the mover and which would be the support. And it means that they also lose Brest to an English fleet moving in. And then the English take Belgium probably by arrangement with the Germans, right? Because the Germans are going back into Holland. And the Russians do get Sweden. So that neutral is whole. Germany doesn't do anything to oppose that.
There are so many guesses that people got right. I'm wondering if someone tipped Alex's moves.
There was a leak. I'm telling you, there's a leak.
Is that otherwise? That's some really, really good mind reading there.
Yeah,
I've
played a lot with Christian Brown, and my experience with Christian is just as an excellent tactician. Just really reads the board well, really understands offensive and defensive moves, and I'm a little surprised at that group of French orders that we just saw. I think there may have been some better decisions there that wouldn't have cost either Paris or Brest. So in spring of 2003, we see the EG just continue to wreak havoc in the French home centers. They get into Gascony, which is just brutal. I mean, not much more can be said about how brutal having a German army in Gascony as a French player. That's just a devastating. When that happens, and then England's allowing Germany to take Belgium back while Germany helps England take Sweden. So that looks like a planned exchange. Russia is curling over the top to take shots at Anatolia, while AI are moving to the line. And this is what an AIR does. And they convoy Greece into Khan. So Turkey looking like it's going to get carved up here, as well as France. Ouch. So the AI managed to take Munich, and as was to be expected. And Italy looks like it's coming out on top here as far as Turkish dots go, because it gets helped into Smyrna. Oh, except they exchange Greece. So Italy's going to go up 3, but down 1. Italy makes the guess that France would go for Tunis, but France actually goes to the Tyrrhenian Sea. I think that could spell some trouble for Italy as far as just annoyance in the Med. England dropping into the Med as well. And Germany trying to head back, it looks like, to maybe try to protect some home centers, but walks into Sweden. Oh, that's probably just England is recognizing that Germany's probably going to need a build to help protect his home centers.
First time of the day, I've got the "You're on mute" shirt,
Oh.
which I had to use. So lots we could talk about this turn. I am trying to be quick. The one that I want to highlight right now, Peter, I'm going to go to you. East Med into Smyrna instead of Aegean into Smyrna, and then keeping Greece. How, like, if you are Austria or if you're Italy, like, how do you feel about that split?
Well, I mean, I think that split is pretty advantageous to Austria here, and I suppose if you're Italy playing in the East, perhaps you feel that Austria, gets the dominant voice just given the preponderance of units. But yeah, it does strike me as leaving Italy a little vulnerable, but also, I suppose Italy's fairly indispensable to Austria right now, so maybe that's okay.
Yeah, in the game that we covered previously, the one that I was playing with Jason Gray made a pretty good argument about, like, if I'm going to be going west, I need to put some fleets down. And that's I think that may be what's going on here, is that Italy is saying, look, I need to put 2 fleets down in Rome and Naples and move into the Med, because otherwise that's just going to be England I'm fighting. I need to get over there faster. And so there were 2 Turkish dots. One of them went to Austria. One of them went to Italy. It's just that, using Greece as the middleman, and the extra dot went to Italy. I think that's good AI work, honestly.
I like the unit mix. My question is more just from a tempo standpoint. Does it strand the Italian fleet in Smyrna? Would it be better for Austria to be in Smyrna, Italy in East Med, and Italy to keep Greece?
Maybe. Might be, but kind of splitting hairs, I guess. Yeah.
I guess the advantage of that, right, is that then that Eastern Med fleet is potentially available to also head west.
And it's yeah.
Yeah, but
then you're giving up pretty much all claim on Turkey.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I think it's an interesting choice. Is the tempo more valuable, or is the control of Turkey? And Micah is the better player, so I suspect that control of Turkey, at least in this board state, is the right priority. All right, enough on that. Winter of 1903. We can see that with those builds, Micah puts down Army Venice, Fleet Naples. Makes a lot of sense to me. Craig, any of these adjustments stand out to you?
Well, Brian, have you ever seen an Italian army build that you don't like?
No, very rarely.
No. You would top the board as Italy with 1 fleet if you could.
Probably 2 fleets, but yes.
Yeah. I would have probably put another fleet down, but that's me. Except maybe with that army in Piedmont. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, that probably forced the hand. But that was the only thing that stood out. I mean, everything else looks pretty standard. If I were Russia, I wouldn't be super happy about that build going in Budapest versus Vienna, but it's probably just making a mountain out of a molehill.
All right, spring of 04, Peter.
All right. Yep. Well, yes, England gets into Spain while the French walk out of it, heading to Marseille. I kind of wonder at this point how much France is sort of just offering to janissary here versus actually sort of contesting these things. And then we see the Germans get into Munich. They kick the Italians out. The Italians have to retreat to Tyrolia. And everything holds up in the north. Russia rearranges its units a bit to form a line against Austria. And the Turks try to convoy over to Romania. But, oh, I see. So, yeah, okay. So the Turks try to convoy over to with Russian support. Okay, so Russia has sort of thrown in its lot with Turkey at this point, but the Austrians just have too many units in position.
Yeah, I, as Russia, I would have been pretty upset to see that build in Budapest. There's no other reason than to take Romania here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then we see. Oh, interesting. So England leaves Spain and heads into the Med. So it does not take a dot off of France there. We see Germany kind of protecting its chain of armies here while moving one of them into Berlin to make that a more effective land-based chain while sending its fleet up into the Baltic. Germany looks like it's arranging to give England a dot here by moving out of Sweden. But, you know, the Russians are working with the Italians here to also form a line against Germany. So it looks like fences may have been mended among the IRA, the air here. And Justin is still alive and kicking in Turkey. He has taken Ankara and can kind of hang out there for a while, I think, unless the Russians and the Italians.
It's curious why Russia wasn't given Ankara to build something like up north in St. Pete. Why didn't Italy just say, okay, fine, I'll put you into Ankara. The price is you build a St. Pete North Coast.
Yeah, if they're
or
cooperating.
South, or you build a fleet in St. Pete.
Great question.
All right, so spring of 1905, I skipped Who Do You Like? That's
okay.
But we'll just
right,
for time,
so
we're gonna skip that one for our feature leagues tonight, unfortunately.
So the Russian-Austrian border becomes kinetic again, with Russia taking Rum and looks like there's some fighting there. Germany is starting to move eastward, getting into Silesia. Just some lovely hand-holding, beautiful, loving remarks up in Scandinavia. Germany looks like it's backing out of the French dots. It looks like they're going to leave France, just be someone that sort of hangs out. And the lovely Ionian displaces the Tyrrhenian Sea so that the Tyrrhenian Sea can retreat to Naples. But if they take it back, there's a likelihood that Naples can retreat to the Ionian. We'll see, unless Smyrna continues to fill through. And then there's a convoy to, there's a Mid-Atlantic goes to North Africa to put pressure on Tunis. In the fall, let's see. So Russia and Austria continue to kind of be at each other's throats, where Galicia is blown up, but Rum is not retaken. Bulgaria walks to Serbia, which lets Khan walk into Bulgaria. The Turk is left sort of hanging out there, wondering what's going on. Yep. And yeah, there was not a retreat to the Ionian for that French fleet in Naples, but there was a retreat to Rome. So that probably didn't go as planned. And then, yeah, England takes Tunis. Just the EG continues to make slow, steady, continuous progress in each of their own theaters.
This is a tension point in the East in fall of 1905 here. We've got some loss of centers by Italy. We had Tim Crosby kind of making some adjustments to make that not as bad. Is this a point where it's time for Tim to just say, hey, it's time for an AR or something like that? Is it time for
Yeah,
a rebalance of some, maybe Micah and Jeff to turn on Tim? What are our thoughts about this phase?
I don't know that Micah has the firepower right now to, because Micah's going to have to try to like protect against the Western powers. Well, actually, at this point, why does Micah care? I mean, Micah might be able to take back a couple of home centers. Certainly Rome, maybe even Naples. I would think that Micah might just abandon the East altogether. And then what are Jeff and Tim going to do? Are they going to say to each other, let's keep fighting over Budapest and Romania, or should we work together and take Bulgaria, Khan, Smyrna, and Ankh, and each get 2?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. I think that the incentive for Austria and Russia to work here together is so much stronger, because if you're Austria, you don't want to be seeing either Germany or England going up, and they're going to be getting those dots off of Russia. So you need to empower Russia to start sending its armies north towards Warsaw, St. Petersburg, etc.
Yeah, the West unit mix is so fascinating too. Like they're all like mixed up with each other. This is I know I keep saying this over and over, but I've done over 500 games that I've covered on DBN, and I've never seen a board state like this before. It's fascinating. All right, winner of 1905. We got a tie for the board top with between our Western powers of England, Isaac Jukes, and Germany by Alex. And then we got mess underneath that, and looks like Jeff Wang has the momentum on the board. Perhaps a little bit of room for Christian Brown as well. Spring of 06. Back to you, Peter.
Right. Okay. So yeah, the Italians do decide they want some of those home centers back. So Micah gets into Naples, but Timothy gets into Rome. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of leapfrogging each other here. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the English are supporting the French to take Tyrrhenian Sea. I see. Okay. But the upshot of that is that Micah is back in Naples, and I think that's going to be pretty safe, at least for now. Over up in the Balkans and in southern Russia, we see an attempt at, well, swing at Budapest, but maybe that was more a sort of support cutting swing in the hopes that the Germans might be able to do something, which the Russians get into Vienna with German support. Okay, there's why. While the Germans also move into Silesia. Okay, so I think that's pretty dire for Austria here. And
it's also not great for Russia, because that's Silesian German army is now in Galicia, that's very significant.
Yeah.
That is not a place that Russia wants a German army.
It's also just shocking if you just look at the board. I mean, in the top half of the board, you have 3-4 units. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of the West, especially for England, is that once you control the Med, whoever ends up with control of that, if there's not sufficient fleet power up there, you can defend all of those centers with a very, very low unit mix, which lets you go and do other more interesting things that other powers wouldn't be able to do.
It also looks like perhaps there was a wrong guess where Austria attempted to move to Venice from Trieste, but by doing so let the French in.
And Christian Brown's really good at manufacturing those oops kind of situations. I have often described him as one of the best scramblers in the game of diplomacy, and you can kind of see that in action here. I don't know if it'll be enough to turn it around in this game, but you can still see that strength on display. So we're in Fall of 06, Peter.
Okay, we see that for whatever our concerns were, that the German-Russian relationship here continues to be steady. the Germans move out of Galicia into Budapest with Russian support. The Russians take Bulgaria off of Italy and move kind of into position in the Balkans. That all looks stable for now. We have the Austrians taking Trieste back from the French. The French retreat to Albania. The Italians are able to hold on to Naples. And the Austrians are still holding on to Rome. Right. And everything holds fleet-wise in the Med. Meanwhile, we have the English convoying their army off of the island down to Gascony, which I'm not sure how I'd feel about that if I was France.
Bad.
And
Bad is the word you're looking for.
Yeah. How would I feel? Meanwhile, the English snake St. Petersburg, and significantly Justin Lohr takes back Caen, goes up one. So Turkey's still in the game.
Yeah, never count Turkey out until Turkey is out. If you're running an AIR, if you don't kill Turkey, it's like a fungus. It just grows back.
Hi, Tommy. Good to see you. Pop up on
Tommy.
our YouTube feed as well. Welcome. And thank you all who are joining. Hope you are enjoying the broadcast. If you are, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're not. All that stuff, all that helps the YouTube algorithm. So I don't know why Tommy popping up made me think of that, but there you go. You're welcome.
Because he's such a likable guy. Everybody likes him. It's just
That's it. That's the
liking
subconscious
things
going.
in your head.
All right, spring of 07, Craig.
Okay, all the action is taking place in the Balkans. So just to sort of sum up, Italy's wrapping around into the Med, Germany's coming down. And in the Balkans, we have a convoy of Sev across the Black into Bulgaria, which is opened up because Bulgaria gets put into Serbia and Ukraine is backfilling Gael. Russia and Germany continue to work together and take Trieste off of Austria. Trieste is supported into Venice. Venice goes into Tuscany. So this actually looks like if Germany and Russia can stick together in this looks like they're going to do very well here. Yeah, this could be pretty fruitful for the GR. And a whole lot of holds and a whole lot of bounces in. No, I'm sorry, I take that back. Venice is taken by a French army, supported in by Germany, in exchange for England getting Marseille. I don't know what the net here is, but Russia has done very well because Russia looks like it's going up 3 and then down 1. So we'll build 2 I think that's correct. Yep. Austria is looking pretty meager here. I think the only thing they're going to have left is that fleet in Rome. So this is Russia stabbed Germany in Budapest. That's possible.
Yeah, it's possible it could be a trade because they're picking up Vienna.
Yeah, I mean, Vienna could have just as easily held Budapest. Although I think with, yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. It's awfully. I would
say
messy.
The reason I am leaning stab is the move of Norway to Sweden. I think that that could be coordinated, that timing, and we could about to see both of them move on Alex in Germany. That's what I'll be watching as we go into 07. Those builds make me think that could be true even more. Mm-hmm. And Peter, talk us through.
Yep, it's on. We've got the Russians storming into Vienna. We have also moving into Livonia. We have the Germans sort of forming a new line against Russia here, sending all their units east. Munich, Silesia, Bothnia, tempting Livonia, but that's not even a bounce. The Russians just get it. Meanwhile, down south, we haven't really remarked on these 3 English fleets in the Mediterranean. The English take the Ionian as the French advance into the Aegean. We see Micah takes back Rome, which is blown up. The Austrian has nowhere to go. So England and France continue to work together, despite England kind of taking France's dots behind it. And yeah, the English move into the North Sea. So, that leaves, 3 German dots that are there for them to sort of call their shot on if they want them.
Yep. And Turkey once again, it's over.
Game
I
over.
was like, Turkey once again could very likely go up, because if Khan supports Ankh into Smyrna, unless it gets molested, that goes. But
all right. Well, the game ends in 1908, and we've got Isaac Jukes in England coming out on top over second place tie with Jeff Wang, and Alex could have gone a lot of different directions. Peter, is this the right outcome? Is there anyone on this board that if you were in that position, you'd be like, nope, there's no way I accept this draw?
I don't think so. I think I would accept this. For example, if I'm Russia, I see sort of more play in it if I'm Russia, but I would probably, given how dynamic and how many roundabouts there have been in this game, if I'm Russia, I might feel that, this is a pretty good score for me. I don't know the scoring system.
On the time limit, you get it's rank based. So if you're in first place, you're going to get most of the points, and then there's a bonus for anything over 11 centers.
Yeah, there'd be no bonus. I think in this one, I'm not sure. If I'm Jeff Wang, first of all, fantastic game played by Jeff Wang. Look at that Russian curve. Pops up, gets beaten down to 4 in 1904, and then by 1907 has doubled his center count. That is fantastic. And I think Russia has a lot more dots on this board that he left on the table there.
I'm curious, why do you guys think that they drew here rather than playing through the fall and seeing what happened?
I don't
hatred of your co-players is pure emotional failure at every level.
Exhaustion, just the juice not being worth the squeeze.
The disgust you feel for your fellow.
Yeah, that's real. Choosing to let someone
survive.
Yeah, that's a
maybe.
Good.
Yeah, there's a maybe.
Yeah. So lots of reasons there. All right, well, that was a lot of fun. And Shane, welcome back. Anything stand out to you with that game?
It was interesting where they chose to draw there. The other thing I was thinking is that Isaac has 2 more builds in pocket, and Tim gets beaten down even further. The point had been proven, right? And with a scoring system like this, you just top and you get the points, and that's that. So yeah, makes sense.
I think that's a really good call out, and some people view it as a weakness, some people view it as a strength, but any kind of lead-based system, I think that's something to keep in mind, is it doesn't always incentivize grinding people out and just maximizing every dot. If the outcome isn't really going to shift and it's pretty obvious who's going to be in first place, let's shut it down and go do better things. If you're at a tournament, like, go grab a drink with your friends. That's going to be more valuable than that hour to grind out 1 or 2 more points. So don't hate it. Don't know if I would have made that choice myself, but I also wasn't in that game, so it was fun. Craig, I think you've got Peter, you get this break, and we will have Shane take the lead here. Shane, why don't you introduce our players for round 2?
In Austria, we have Isaac Jukes back for more. In England, we've got Claire Bradbury. France, Tim Crosby, who's also come back for more. Interlaken, Florida, fair enough. There's an Interlaken in Austria, I think, but yeah, anyway. Germany, Justin Law, another one coming back from the previous game. Italy is Adam Powell, who I'm not familiar with, so I'm looking forward to watching them play. Russia, Micah is back on board for another one. And Turkey is Michael Galler, another person that I've not seen on a board before, I don't think. So they're Michael and Adam are the ones I'm interested in. This will be an interesting board, actually. There's a lot of good alliance players here, so we'll see what happens. Do you want me to lead off?
Please do.
All right, cool. Well, we've got a Micah and Michael doing the fist bump. Ankh to Con to Bul, very kind of good for Turkey. Very standard opening from Micah in Russia. Super standard opening from Isaac in Austria. Adam going to a pool there and holding in Venice. Nothing particularly interesting. Yet again, same thing with Tim in France. Claire does something vaguely different, going Liverpool to Wales just in case. But I guess we see Tim going to Channel. I didn't quite notice that. Makes sense. Good insurance. And then Justin with a very conventional German opening.
And Tommy, Micah was the number 1 seed last year in the DBNI, so had a very dominant season. I think statistically the most dominant of all of the seasons since we started scoring things for the DBN Invitational. So whether that means feisty or not, I suspect with a player of that caliber, some of the time that would be an accurate statement. Fall of 1901.
Cool. I'm going to stay in the West because the Wales Channel thing was the most interesting. Tim has just managed to use Channel as leverage to force Belgium. Claire has had a pop at Norway, but it hasn't worked because Justin's put himself in. Although if Claire had gone in, she would have passed up North Sea, so that would have been kind of cool. But anyway, she'll pick up Norway and get her build there, so all good on that perspective. No bounce in Sweden. Off to the east. A little bit of tension with Michael having a go at Russia, but Micah does her due diligence and supports herself in from Sev to pick up 1. And Michael going to Aegean as well. He'll pick up a build from Bulgaria, and he's opened Smyrna up for the fleet build. And Adam just going the standard convoy to Tunis. There is a bounce in Trieste. Interesting. Not sure if arranged or Isaac has decided to put in a little bit of insurance, but nonetheless, it stays Austrian. On to builds. Claire clearly relatively comfortable going with the fleet in Edinburgh rather than Liverpool. Tim's built fleet Brest. Could still be fine. I mean, generally doesn't necessarily make it hostile. Justin doing the second German fleet, which we are all firmly on the record as liking. Micah 2 armies up top, 2 armies for Austria, fleet Smyrna, fleet Naples, very conventional. And it should start to shake out now. And over to Craig.
So it looks like Germany, Justin in Germany has decided to maybe go after England because Kiel goes to Helgoland versus Baltic. Sweden does a tap on Denmark just to keep it honest. But Munich also drops to Bohemia. Who knows what that's all about?
McCullough kind of likes this.
Yeah. England shuffles armies and fleets, and France moves north and gets into the mid-Atlantic. In the east, Russia takes the Black Sea and drops Moscow down. Whether that's agreed to by Turkey or not is sort of up to debate, but Russia is helping Austria into Bulgaria, so that probably answers that question. And Aegean gets blown up by the Ionian being supported in, which is kind of a disaster for Turkey right here.
Good. McCullough, I feel the great summoning of a German army in Bohemia. McCullough, current face-to-face world diplomacy champion. Glad to see him on this broadcast and enjoying the influence that he's made on the game.
He felt a great disturbance in the force.
Yes, he had to pop up and join the chat just because of that moment. Follow vote too, Craig.
Oh, he's gone now because Bohemia went back to Munich. So McCallus has left the chat. And not a lot going on in the West, just holding north and some jockeying around. But in the East, we've got Austria being supported into Romania, attacking his so recently erstwhile ally of Russia, and Russia tries to convoy into Sev, probably thinking it was going to get supported in. However, it did not. And Aegean forces Eastern Med, which then just disbands itself instead of retreating to Syria. Builds. The Turk puts down an army which is very defensive, and Austria disappointingly does not put a fleet in Trieste, puts an army in Trieste, and Micah disbands the Northern Army.
It's gonna be interesting to see how the East shakes out. I mean, that's almost goes without saying. That's every game. But in this situation, having Austria just moved against Russia, and then Turkey just putting down all the armies, saying, "Come at me." I don't think any two powers can break through.
I might be
Turkish position.
if I'm Russia right here, I am doubly upset with Austria because not only did you snake a dot off of me, you can't even build it. You can't even build with that dot that you probably didn't need. And I could have maybe kept that unit up north.
Man, there's a lot of armies on that board. It was all very logjam, lots of armies around the Channel and North Sea, and also then in Austria. But anyway, back to it. Let's start with the Turkish turtle. Managed to keep all its stuff, does not get into Armenia, but still fairly defensible. Italy and Austria, maybe not directly kind of cooperating, but there's a little bit of progress made in trying to get rid of the Turk. Looks like Micah and Isaac potentially have patched things up because she doesn't go full on trying to take Romania back. An attempted convoy into Romania fails. Very little happening in the east. Adam going Venice to Piedmont. Has a walk-in against Tim in Marseille if he wants it in the fall. And then looking at the west, the most significant thing happening, a bounce in Burgundy, and then Belgium being forced by the Germans and the English acting in concert.
Failed convoy there to London by the French.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we have Germany and England working together, and we move on. Germans will keep Belgium. The English have forced Channel, retreat to Mao. The French also pick up Portugal, which was neutral and kind of missed. And sure enough, the walk into Marseille is taken. Poor old France is in a bit of trouble now. Then off to the east, the turtle has managed to persuade Italy to go do something else because Eastmed has gone back to Ionian. And Micah has avenged the dead in Romania by taking it back from the Austro-Hungarians.
Wonder if Italy is sensing that France may become a janissary for the EG there and is going to like, well, I better go back before the janissary pours into the Med.
It's that or get what you can out of it.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you're Italy in this position. You need help to break through to get those Italian center or the Turkish centers. You need the Turkish centers to fuel things before the West gets down. And if you don't have good coordination, like that's one of the hardest decisions. I think personally, I would have continued to hang out and try and convince probably Russia to work with me, and I think Turkey's gettable, but I don't know what the negotiations are like, and if looks like Tim's coming down, maybe this is the right time to go.
Could also be poor Italy is looking at the relationship between Austria and Russia, and he's like, there's like those two guys are just trading back and forth. I'm not the priority to get a dot for them.
Yep.
Yeah, if Russia and Austria can't help me kill Turkey, a 3-army Turkey, by the way, as Italy, so absolutely zero threat to me, then I'm going to have to go west.
Yeah.
All right, take a look at these adjustments. We'll keep pushing forward. Spring of 04. Back to you, Craig.
All right. So as expected, Italy continues to, Italy kind of comes back to Tunis and gets into the Adriatic. So it looks like sort of half lining up on Austria, half trying to be defensive against France. France looks like it's janissarying here, is getting ready to try to take Marseille back. Maybe Germany is going to help them take Marseille while they backfill all those things. Germany gets into Burgundy and Baltic. Those are the big things that the German accomplished here. Micah sends a unit north to try to maybe hold on to Sweden, but I'm not sure that's going to work out. And once again, we have Austria and Russia just not able to get along.
So much bloodshed.
Austria piffs that Russian unit in Romania, and And that's kind of it. A lot of bounces around the Anatolian Peninsula. In the fall, Turkey gets some help from Russia and takes Bulgaria, which means Turkey is going to build. Good job. And Italy moved to Adriatic for reasons because it definitely needed to be in Apulia here. And Ionian held versus preventing somebody moving into the Tyrrhenian Sea. Okay. Austria looks like it's trying to encircle Warsaw here, and by moving Galicia to Silesia and Bohemia, Vienna to Galicia. Germany takes Marseille instead of them giving it to France. That's interesting. I think France might have wanted to demand that, but I guess if you're the Janissary, you kind of have to do what you're told.
Adam, if you are watching this stream by any chance, and for anyone else that maybe, I don't know Adam's background, but he's new to me. And so assuming that they are not as experienced as some of these other heavyweights on the board, this can be a rough spot to be in when you're caught in the middle as Italy. When you learn how to play through this and you learn how to use either diplomacy or pulling back and being defensive and things like that to try and frustrate your opponent, kind of like what Michael did in Turkey, that is going to really unlock your game. So I hope that this is not frustrating to you or anyone else that's in this kind of situation. Very much encourage you to keep fighting through it, because this is one of the most difficult points to learn as a newer or even kind of mid-experienced player. Once you have that breakthrough, the lessons you learn there are going to unlock so many things for you that you can use in other places.
Yeah, it looks like Adam is a friend of Justin Lohr, and you are judged by the company you keep, so I don't feel so bad kind of ripping on him.
All right, winner of 1904. We get a much needed Turkish fleet. That will be significant. And then spring of 05. Back to you, Shane.
The thing I'm looking for on this board right now is cooperation between Russia and Austria, because that's kind of going to decide what happens with what's going on in the West. Claire pushing out into now Mao, takes Sweden. Micah blows up her unit there, go play in the south. Self-bounce interesting from Justin in Berlin rather than pushing on the line, lining up to probably take Paris in the fall. Otherwise, gradual progress for the West. No attempt into Rome or anything, Tim's just sitting on the position in Tyrrhenian Sea, which is fine. Might get dislodged into fall, but can always retreat to Rome. Over in the east, we are not seeing that cooperation. The Austrians trying to put themselves into Ukraine and backfill Rum, none of which goes. And we have a bounce in Sev, nothing happens. A whole lot of noise for very little. Into the fall, let's stay in the east then. The Turks put the Russians back into Sevastopol and take Black Sea for their trouble, which I like a lot. Well done, Michael. We still have fighting between the Austrians and the Russians. Isaac manages to get himself into Ukraine, also successfully backfills Rum this time. It's getting very difficult in the south for Micah. Luckily, Claire moves back out of Sweden to Norway because Micah needs as many units as possible to hold, so very smart play from Claire there. Going around further, looking at Germany, it's not a massive amount of progress and leaning on Austria. Probably quite happy to let Austria kind of fight Russia for a while on Justin's part. Gaining little bits and bobs of position helps put the English into Spain and gets Paris for his troubles with a handy little walk-in. And back to Italy, lots of kind of guesses and chasing at shadows on Adam's part. Moves to Rome, decides to prioritize the defense of Tunis, and loses Naples for his troubles. But I mean, again, when you get to guesses, you get to guesses. It's just luck. It's not an indictment on anyone's play.
Yeah, I really like the way Justin is playing this here. You said it exactly. He's like, why would I need to get into the middle of a fight? Sort of the art of war. If your enemy is busy, killing themselves, just let them do that. Yeah.
That's the strategy everybody uses for me every game. All right, winner of 19.
If you have the bloodthirst, people will use it against you.
Winner of 05. Mike puts down the army in St. Pete. We get a fleet from Clare Bradbury in London. Let's see, disbanding Gascony and Fleet Kiel. Spring of 06. Craig.
And the thing I first see is Sev is lost to the Turks, and the Turks back from Bulgaria down into Khan, which means it looked before like there was some AT cooperation. Now it looks like it's even more. And the AR fight just continues. So the Austrians force Warsaw, which causes that unit to piff. And Germany starts kind of shifting around, almost like it might be looking at English dots, because Kiel goes to Helgoland and Baltic moves up into Sweden, and Denmark prevents London from backfilling the North Sea. And so if I'm not, no, it won't be guaranteed. And Germany moves to Gascony. So this looks like Germany just moving on England here, and that bounce in Silesia now looks arranged. Not much else like in the Med. The Ionian gets into the Tyrrhenian Sea, but that allows the Tyrrhenian Sea to retreat into Tunis. But AI have 2 on Tunis, but could still be protected if Naples chooses the right support to cut. In the fall, ladies and gentlemen, Austria and Russia may have decided that they should maybe work together here, because they're kind of moving in tandem towards light. It could be random, could be just random, but it does kind of look like that. And everything kind of is static in the Balkans and in the East. Looks like an arranged bounce in Bulgaria. Italy takes Naples and gives up Tunis. And then the German moves. So nothing is taken. The North Sea is a standoff. Sweden is going to be German, which is going to give them a build, looks like in Kiel. And England decides that Portugal is a unit that it needs to build back in the homeland.
Craig, Static in the Balkans sounds like a nice indie rock band.
That's my Radiohead cover band.
Yes, there you go.
I'd listen to them.
All right, winner of those 6. Take a look at those adjustments, and Shane, I'll let you talk about those as we go into 07.
We have England getting their build in Edinburgh, which means that they will get back into the North Sea despite the best efforts of the Germans. Claire also pulling back Portugal to Mao, and doubtless on a magical mystery tour to the Channel to start making Justin think again. There's a push into Silesia, the Austrians and the Russians working together to fight the Germans. Pushing down again into the Balkans, so the little static is starting to tune back in. What else have we got? The Italians and the Austrians appear to be cooperating and moving west against whatever is happening in the west, because it's in a bit of a state of mess. And the Turks just trying to do their thing and get some position and get some builds and try and get back out of the position they were in. This has been very well done by Michael, actually. Became very defensive, managed to get out and get the builds, and started to put down boats and start going forward and start being a bit more dynamic. So keep your eye on that position continuing to improve if Michael chooses to play that way, because that's very interesting.
Interesting going to the Eastern Med versus the Aegean there. That sounds like it's a place that Austria doesn't want you, but not as bad as the Aegean.
Yeah, it's trying to manage the situation pretty well, because if you're bouncing Bol and then going Smyrna Aegean, the natural fear next is that you're going to force Bulgaria and start getting position on Greece and everything else.
Or take a sneak shot at Greece, and that's just going to pull Ionian back, and then it's just all the forward momentum is gone.
Yeah, I'm liking the play that I've seen from Michael in this game, coming back from a rough start. Fall of 07.
Let's stay in the east, shall we? Now the 1-1 bounce in Bulgaria is now a 2-2 bounce. Ionian has fallen to the Austro-Hungarians, and Michael has backfilled Ionian. Bounces in Moscow means Micah stays alive on a dot. All quiet on the German front, really. There was an attempt to support Silesia, the Austrians, into Berlin from the Russians in Prussia. That doesn't go. Bounce in Venice. All kind of quiet there in the west, I guess, and bounce in Gulf of Leon as well. Kind of, at least just maintenance stuff. Still, Justin making no real progress in getting any dots out of the English in France. A bit of shuffling and readjusting and repositioning. Looks like the offensive on the English has been called off, but the English continuing to improve that defensive position, getting an army into Norway, fleet into English Channel. Perhaps they're setting up for a draw here. It feels like that.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, little tricky play for maybe players looking to get some tips. If you look at Marseille in that last order set, it's got an H there. That means it held. But if Marseille had supported Brest down to Gascony, then Paris gets into Brest.
It would be lots of fun.
Yeah, could be just, couldn't have been predicted. But if you thought that was happening, it's a nice little place for some malicious support.
All right,
your army now, Isaac, and let's go home.
I'm going to be watching here, to see, do we see anything?
Oh, yes! Woo!
All right, so all of us
Hello.
got excited. Craig, why is that exciting?
That fleet in Trieste and with the AT working together, that means Austria might not be done. Austria might not be willing to take a draw here. Austria has a pretty good position too, and that probably is not great for Italy's prospects to kind of hold on in this game. Although Italy, I think, frankly, has done pretty well to hold on as long as Italy has.
Yep.
So the question will be, is there 9 or 10 centers for Austria to get to faster than someone in the West?
And as long as Turkey doesn't have different ideas.
All right, back to you, Craig.
So Italy supports the Ionian into Tunis, foiling the French idea of surviving. There's a lot of these joke orders that make some things hard to see, but I think for the most part, Austria picks up Venice. Austria is going to get back into Warsaw just to shore up some defensive position there. Maybe take a play on Moscow next. We'll see. Not much movement in the West. Nothing really changes hands there. The only thing of import is that Tyrolia, walked into Venice because it couldn't be stopped. And Ionian got into Tunis. And in the fall, Austria doesn't take a shot at Moscow, actually puts Russia back into Moscow to save their game. And Austria takes Bulgaria. No, does not take Bulgaria. That was a brace. And that's it. Just Austria goes up 1 to Venice, and not much else is going on.
Turkey gets Tunis as well.
Yeah, Turkey gets Tunis. Yeah.
All right.
Kind of a.
Now will it draw?
That you would think.
Yeah. It does. All right. Well done to our players. Round 2, game A. We've got a split top for Isaac Jukes and let's see, Justin Lohr. Yeah,
Justin
nice.
Lohr. Boy, that was really. That was just really well played by Justin. We didn't talk much about it, but that was just a great German play, and some of the more strategic parts of like not getting embroiled in the East, even though thinking, hey, I could maybe get Warsaw, I could maybe get Moscow. Just kind of holding on to what he's got without over antagonizing. Yeah. Although at one point I thought maybe he had over antagonized the English, but it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I felt like the stab was a little clumsy, but at the same time it just kind of slowed the English game down, right?
And it might have been one of those where it was like, hey, I know that you could try to come in and take stuff of mine here. I'm telling you, don't do that. I've got no pressure to my east. and I can hold everything I've got here.
Yeah, that was kind of my view. I mean, it is definitely antagonistic, but if you thought you could get away with it, what a better way to prevent a late game stab than by getting position to make
first.
that difficult. Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's pause here.
Well played, Michael, by the
and-
way. Well done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank
Italy,
you.
yeah,
Great example.
Michael
Just
played
stay
really
verbal.
well, yeah.
Like,
Yep.
especially as Turkey, you'll come back.
Yeah,
Yep.
three armies as Turkey.
Absolutely. All right, Adam back. Peter and Craig, I think you get the break this time, correct? And we will do another one. Peter, anything stand out to you in that last game? Welcome. You had
I
your
get the
first official. You're on mute. Yes.
Woo! I just wanted to echo the admiration for Justin's diplomacy there. Convincing the East, despite leading the board, that it was not. Even though they'd come to the line, maybe it's better to back away from the line. And then sort of, I think, seeing the virtue in a shared top.
All right. So I will have you take the lead here. Introduce our players for round 3, game A.
Great. So we have in Austria Justin Lohr. Has Justin been in every game so far tonight? I think maybe not one.
We're prolific.
Yeah. England, Gregory Romer from London. Don't know. Gregory. France, Jason Gray, who we saw earlier this evening. Germany, Claire Bradbury from Canberra was in that last game as England. Italy, Ben Kelman, who we saw earlier this evening. Russia, Maya Wild, whom I don't know. And Christian Brown as Turkey, who we also saw earlier.
All right. And why don't you take it away?
All right. So Spring 01, we have England opening, keeping its options open or actually not keeping its options open for the convoy versus which direction it's going to convoy in by moving to Yorkshire. We have France moving to Burgundy, which I don't think we've seen so far tonight. We have Germany making a very standard opening, Italy making a very standard opening, Austria making a very standard opening, except we don't see a DMZ in Galicia. We see another, this is I think our second Northern Russia of the night, with Maya moving to Moscow to St. Petersburg. So there's a successful DMZ of Galicia, and we see Turkey moving to Armenia while bouncing in the black. And then in the fall, Turkey takes a swing at Sev, but just so that it could get into the black, which it does. Austria takes Greece. Interestingly, Italy takes Tunisia with the fleet. So leaves both of its armies at home and takes Tunisia with the fleet. France gets 3 builds by picking up Belgium as well as the Iberian neutrals. England, seeing the Russian opening north, supports itself into Norway, so guarantees that. Germany lets Russia into Sweden, while Germany moves back to cover Munich from the French threat, which is what allows France to take Belgium.
All right, Shane, we're going to give you a break, and when Craig comes back, we'll add him in. Peter, you and I are going to duo cast for a little bit here. So winner of 1901, take a look at these adjustments. Fleet St. Pete is always North Coast. That is always a early game statement.
What could it mean?
Yeah. Usually for those that may be newer to the game, that statement is usually anti-England. There's no 100% truism here in the game of diplomacy, but that's a more often than not for sure. Then we've got pretty standard army builds from Claire in Germany. Was unable to build in Munich because it was covered. So army in Berlin. And then, man, Jason Gray, not afraid to go early. There is a school of thought that you don't want early leader syndrome, especially as France, which is often seen as the most most powerful, or at least the most likely to have opportunities to top a board. Jason Gray say, I'm not afraid. Come at me. Craig, thanks for jumping in here. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you in spring of
All right.
1902.
So I kind of missed the entire 01 year, but it looks like France got 3, and France is moving towards Germany. Brings all those armies up to the Maginot Line, and Portugal goes to mid-Atlantic, and Marseille goes to Spain, trying to tell Italy, no, you got nothing to worry about. Italy takes Ionian, but Austria, Justin seems to be set on attacking Italy here by moving Vienna over to Tyrolia. Budapest goes up to Gal. Looks like maybe an AT brewing here. And then, because it looks like Turkey is getting ready to set up to attack Russia. In the far north, England might be looking to attack Germany as well, because Gregory drops into Helgoland and puts London into the North Sea. Convoys Norway back to Eddie, maybe thinking it was a lost cause anyway, so off it goes, although it would have been fine. Russia has that St. Pete North Coast fleet, which clearly was just built, walks into Norway. So I think the big takeaway here is fighting between France and Germany, and fighting between Austria and Italy. And that fight doesn't seem to continue, because it looks like Turkey and Italy kind of go back to fisticuffs. Turkey and Austria go back to fisticuffs, and Turkey is helping Italy into Greece. So hard to know there. There must have been some sort of breakdown. France actually makes a little headway towards the German line, popping that unit in Ruhr, which may hurt, although it can be rebuilt in Berlin. Attempted convoy into Holland is foiled, and that's pretty much it. I think if Helgoland had supported that convoy, would it have gone? No, it wouldn't have. So it's all the same.
So I know I played with Ben, Justin, and Christian quite a few times, and that particular mix of players is going to make that we're going to see some dynamism in this arrangement, this game, I predict.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, so keep moving on into winter of 1902. Before I do that, Peter, anything you want to add here?
No, it can be so effective, I find, in the East, if you just manage to be the person who's keeping the others off balance, especially as Turkey, and just sort of notching up and up and up while preventing the others from, successfully aligning to form that 2 against 1.
You may see Russia doing that here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, winner vote 2. Take a look there, and back to you, Peter, for 03.
Okay, so in the east, Turkey moves its army into Bulgaria, takes a swing at Sevastopol, which doesn't make it, gets kicked out of Rum, but retreats into Budapest. Oh, what a crying shame, cries Turkey. Austria sort of backs off of Italy to deal with its Turkey problem, sends some armies down. Italy heads west, sends a fleet into Tunis to protect it against that rogue French fleet, but otherwise is kind of holding pat, sort of, I suppose, waiting to see how things settle out. In the west, we have England, or the French, supporting, I see, it's sort of a brace there, supporting Norwegian down to north. We see a swing at Munich, which doesn't go. But we do see, that's just to cut support, I suppose. I don't know what that swing's for, but maybe there's nothing really else to do with it. But the French do take Holland off the Germans, and that unit gets piffed. So that's going to be tricky.
I think we have to nickname Christian Brown Neo from the Matrix, because every time Christian Brown gets gets dislodged, retreats into a dot. But the best part about this is, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but if Christian gets dislodged from Budapest, we'll certainly have another retreat into an Austrian dot.
So Neo is one, or it could be Chumbawamba. He's tub thumping, gets knocked down, and just keeps getting
Oh, yeah.
back up again.
Oh, Jason points out that cut on Munich stops the brace in Ruhr. Okay. Okay. In the fall, the Christian sends his army in Armenia across the Black into Romania, which blows up the Well, I guess that Austrian unit could have retreated, but gets chosen to be blown up. And sticks around in Budapest. I think I see Justin did see a way potentially to kick him out of Budapest while keeping everything, but that attack on Romania puts the nix on that. Italy, I think, now sees that it doesn't have much to fear from Austria, so sort of moves out to get some spoils of its own by sending its armies north into Tyrolia and Venice. We see in the west, same sort of brace on the North Sea, but north heads back into London. And the French support the English into Holland now, while the French walk out of it. And the Germans retake Helgoland. So it's sort of a lot of position sort of rearrangement.
And Jason pointing out that coming back to London was not part of the agreed moveset.
I see.
All right, winner vote 3. See our adjustments here. And Craig, back to you for 1904.
All right. So back up to the north in the England-France interface. So England is moving west, Skagerrak and Norwegian. Russia decides that it's going to take a shot at some dots and takes Denmark, which blows that fleet up. That was attempted to be brought into Kiel, but there was a brace there. Helgoland supported Ruhr in to form the brace, but Kiel does get into Munich. And then in the Balkans, we have more successful work by Turkey. Rum takes Serbia, and that lets Russia take Rum, but Khan gets convoyed to Armenia, which may be something interesting, maybe not. We'll see. Looks like Austria is getting carved up here because Tyrolia, the Italians take Trieste from Tyrolia, which blows up 2 of those units, which unfortunately in spring is pretty unrecoverable. That I think Justin is circling the drain, as we say in the medical field.
We haven't really talked about Maya much here this game, but definitely some good movement there. David Hood often says that Russia, it's about like 2 centers below whatever their actual score is. And so being able to kind of hang on here and get some momentum here, they'll be in position to be a meaningful part of this game. Got some challenges in Scandinavia, though. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
So, yeah, the challenges are apparent as England takes Norway. But in fairness to Maya, Baltic gets put into Kiel, which was successful. Helgoland goes to the North Sea when the North Sea goes back to London, but that's because France has decided, I think it's going to attack. So Jason Gray, who abhors a stab, would never stab because he thinks all stabs are bad, would never, ever do this. Stabs England for 1 and position by convoying Picardy to Wales, takes Holland, which piffs that unit. Sort of backs up into Spain in the Med, but that allows Italy to kind of move fleets forward. And Ben might be doing some Mediterranean excursion here. Gets kicked out of Trieste and retreats to Venice, and Venice is moving to Piedmont. Not much happening on the Russian-Turkish front here.
And Ben also loses Greece.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh yeah, Christian Brown sneaking in.
All right, so winter of 1904. Anything stand out to you, Peter?
Well, it was interesting for me to see Justin in that turn as Austria supported the Turks forward into that Italian position. That was a retreat. So I think Justin's made some kind of arrangement with Christian here. And then as far as the builds, I mean, yeah, this Turkish position is pretty dynamite. We get a Russian fleet, another Russian northern fleet build. So Russia is continuing to, I think, see that there's gains for it in Scandinavia and potentially in England down the line.
So I can't remember the exact statistic, but it's something along the lines of Russia topping or soloing when they put down 3 fleets or more. Like the percentage goes up massively.
Yeah, I think with that 4th Northern Fleet, the Russian solo potential is astronomical.
Yeah, and I have long argued that's more of a reflection that they have the capability to do that as much as it is the fact that it's actually happening. But I think that it is significant that that 3rd fleet, especially the 4th, but just being able to put down that 3rd fleet means that the momentum's going the right direction for Russia in most cases.
It's a bit like saying that if you are 14 years old, you go from 6'4" to 6'7", that you might be a good basketball player.
All right, spring of 1905, back to you, Peter.
Oh, I think it was Craig, no?
I think it's me now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay. So Turkey continues to impress with moves like Serbia to Budapest, which gets in, although Justin was trying to put Budapest into Trieste. That offer was not taken. The German orders, for some reason, are to Armenia. Those are just distractions. Not much else really going on. We've got Russia taking Norway off of England. Just interesting. That could have been stopped, but then Denmark, the Russian fleet still gets into the North Sea. So that's kind of bad for England here. I think looks like France and Russia might be working together here, and they'll, if true and they stick together, that's going to be a pretty devastating takedown of England, I suspect. In the fall, London falls to the French. I haven't looked in the East yet. And Munich falls to the Italian, being supported in by the French. That's interesting. In the Far East, a lot of red, but so a lot of attempted take of Russian dots, but in the end, Justin takes Trieste, and we'll get a build. Nice. So Justin's going to put down Army Vienna. Maybe he's still got a pulse. He's still got a pulse.
Not dead yet.
Getting better.
All right. Back to you, Peter.
Sure. So now in the East, we see what looks like it could be continued Justin Ben cooperation. Ben sends an army over to Albania from the boot while helping Justin to hold on in Trieste. Meanwhile, Justin forces. Actually, now we have what looks like an heir, a long belated heir, but an heir nonetheless. They piffed the Turkish army in Budapest. They managed to hold Turkey from making any gains while they do this. So yeah, we had an heir. We had a very, very actionable heir. Meanwhile, in the West, France sends a fleet into Mao, an army down to Marseille, sort of form a line there, I suppose. And then, yeah, the Russians, having no natural predators left in the north, are just moving their fleets into position to grab Eddie. And then there's a swing at Munich, but the Germans help the Italians hold on there. and the Russians don't interfere with it.
If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. If you want to kill Justin Lohr, you have to kill Justin Lohr.
Especially if Justin Lohr is in Turkey, then you've got double. Spring of 1906. I think this could be an episode of the TV show Everybody Hates Chris. Fall 1906.
Yeah, so we have more progress against Turkey. The Austrians helped the Italians into Serbia. It's another Turkish army piffed. We have the Russians getting their way into Romania, but the Turks can retreat to Budapest there because they've backfilled. Anyway, they can retreat to Bulgaria. So yeah, just AR making progress, and the Russians take a swing at Edinburgh, but it doesn't look they have the support that maybe they thought they might have.
They retreated in.
They retreated.
Excuse me, they went for now. Oh, I see. Oh, what? I can't tell what's happening. What was attempted to happen, but the upshot is a retreat into Edinburgh.
Looks like some rapprochement between England and France.
I see. L'entente cordiale. Yeah.
Je suis allé.
So the upshot of this is Justin goes up 1 again. Now we have an Austria on 3. The Russians go up 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
Four fleets. So
we have just to alert. We have 4th fleet and Maya and Russia's on 10. 6.
Draw time.
Well, so part of it is I know the players in the game, and I don't know that they would take a draw here. I don't know why Maya would take a draw here, but
They do not. They keep playing. Craig, back to you.
okay, so it looks like the attack on Turkey continues with Russia dropping to Armenia and an attempt to get into the Black. Interestingly, this is an interesting move. The Ionian goes to the Adriatic, which is usually considered anti-Austrian, and there's Greece is supporting Serbia to hold. So maybe there's some rapprochement between Turkey and Italy here. In the West, we've got the rapprochement between England and France is over as France takes Liverpool off of England's hands, and Russia kind of circles units around to put some fleets on the North Sea. Germany seems to be in concert with Russia here, but France is coming into Ruhr and Burgundy, maybe looking at Munich. I bet you Munich is going to become a linchpin where sides will be holding it, other sides will be attacking it, and then vice versa. That tends to happen around Munich. In the fall, not a lot. Italy did take Trieste off of Austria, as I suspected by that move to Adriatic, and the Turks are working with Italy. Not much else going on there. Black Sea does go to Russia, so that's significant. And then France puts England into Edinburgh. And the North Sea doesn't fall. That's kind of it. So it looks like England stays alive on 1. Italy's going to go up 1, and Turkey is even. Russia's down 1. And an army by France. That's interesting. That must mean there's a good relationship between Jason and Ben, because they both put armies down.
And a draw.
There's the draw.
I was going to suggest now might be the time.
Yep. All right. Well, Peter, I'll go to you on this one. What was the story of this game?
I mean, the story of this game was the rise of this incredibly powerful Turkey, and then a very late breaking air that successfully, didn't crush it, but put it back in the box. it didn't result in most of those players then topping the board, but it contributed to this. I mean, because the other story is this incredibly powerful Russia that kept being able to play in the North, open North, and kept being able to play North the entire game.
Yeah, this looks like a really, I mean, I think Maya just said it in chat, but this looks like a game that was just really fun. There's a lot of back and forth and alliance switching. That's the kind of game that I really like. The triple against triple slogs are, in my opinion, kind of dull. This one looked really fun.
Well, congratulations to our board toppers. And that takes us to our final game of our feature league tonight, the Tour of Britain. This is probably the majority of the games. We will check in with them again at least one more time this season, likely whenever we see the final standings for who will be the champion. So this will be kind of a good start for setting up the back half of the season. And definitely, if you're enjoying what you like, there is a link to playing in this league on the VWDC Discord server. There's a link to that in chat. So I know they would really enjoy having you if you do. It's called Tour of Britain, but it's, as you can see, open to a global audience if you're able to play during the game's times. So I'm going to turn this one over to you, Peter. Round 4, Game A. Why don't you introduce our players here?
All right. In Austria, we have Phil Johns out of the UK. England, we have Jason Gray, a familiar face tonight from Sydney. France, Maya, who just played that Russia in that last game. Germany, Christian Brown from Illinois. Italy, Isaac Jukes, also from the UK. Russia, Justin Lohr from LA. And Turkey, Jeff Wang. So I think other than Phil, we've seen all of these players in the previous 2 games.
Yeah.
Look at those placements. Look at the places they're in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I mean, everybody's up way at the top. I mean, it all depends. If there's only 9 people in the thing, it means less. But if there's a solid number of people in this tournament, that's pretty impressive. This is going to be a board.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Peter, spring of 1901.
Okay, we have England opening sort of pretty standard. We see France opening to Picardy. We see a bounce in Burgundy, arranged or not. We'll find out. We see what could be a Trieste loan here with Italy moving to Trieste. We see a bounce in Galicia rather than the DMZ of the last game. And we see a Turkish opening to Syria. Which you folks might know better than me. I don't know that I see that very much.
That is an Andrew Goff special who likes to go to Syria because it opens up Smyrna for a fleet build in the winter, and also kind of theoretically gives the message to Italy: don't even try.
Well, and for those maybe not familiar, Andrew Goff, one of the greatest players to play the game of diplomacy, 3-time world champion, one of only 2 in this game's over 50-year history. So if it works for him, might work for you. Although sometimes I've found when you are a 3-time world champion and you're that kind of caliber, you're just playing the game at a different level than the rest of us mortals.
Yeah.
So
Andrew Goff could open any way he wants to and still, top 75% of the boards he plays on.
All right, fall of 1901.
All right. Well, if that loan in Trieste was agreed to, I think that the Austrian might be having some second thoughts. The Italians convoys over to Greece, cuts with support from the Turk in Bulgaria. They used Trieste to cut Serbia, so that convoy succeeds. We see another bounce in Galicia. Russia takes Romania unopposed, also slips down into the black while the Turk moves its fleet out towards Constantinople and then armies Syria up to Armenia. So sort of keeping tabs on Russia, but deciding to move out. We see a Sweden bounce. I think that's our first Sweden bounce of the evening. And the English take Norway with the fleet, convoy down into Belgium. The French head into Burgundy rather than do anything with Belgium. And Germany sends its Munich army east to Silesia. Yeah, interesting.
Craig, anything stand out?
I mean, it looks like IT is warming up to do some damage here. Ankh got opened up for a build. If we see a fleet come down in Ankh, we know that the IT is probably on and ready to go. And also, Italy building 2 without taking Tunis bodes very well for Italy. I have some personal experience from WDC this year. I was Austria to Isaac Jukes, Italy, and something very similar happened to me. So, best of luck, Phil.
All right. Craig, we've got Shane back. So I'm going to go ahead and give you your break now and welcome him back. And Shane, welcome back.
Hello.
And we will continue exactly how it would have been if you had been able to be there for the last game starting in 1902.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's some of these names are the same. Has anything happened in the 20 odd minutes?
Like Twin Peaks. All of this has happened before.
Yes, but just speaking backwards.
So, yep, this one would be your call for Spring of 02, Shane.
All right, let me try and find my way. I'll start with the easy bit down in the south. Turkey just holding the line with some help from Italy. Okay, Austria's down to 3 here. Albania to Adriatic, about the only interesting thing going on there. And then pushing on Galicia. Justin Law, what are you doing in Russia? You have been beaten 2-1 in Prussia. And so Chris Brown will go in, but you are generally realigning your pieces. Let's go into France as well. This is all very kind of cozy and just kind of moving around and getting position here. No one's really having a go at anyone. Maya shuffling pieces around as well, with potentially shaping up to maybe have a pop at Jason, but maybe not. What's Jason doing here? Convoying up into Norway. Jason's doing something. That's good. Convoying into Norway, going into Barents Sea. I like it. Thank you for making it interesting, Jason. And Chris Brown in Germany. Like I said, you've got Prussia. You're going. Okay, so we have England and Germany going against Russia. I'm up to speed. Thank you.
Yeah, the one to keep an eye on for me, Jason Gray swinging hard to the north. A lot of times, if you're doing triple, which is what those northern builds or northern moves from Jason would often align with, you'd convoy that army from York. But you've got France sitting there in mid-Atlantic at fleet in Spain that could easily move up to North Atlantic. So will there be any tension in the West as we go into 1902, Shane?
No, there is not. Maya goes south and is bounced in NAF, gets into West Med. Looks like an arranged bounce in Belgium, and especially because there was no convoy of Yorkshire. Jason has a pop at St. Pete, but is unsuccessful because it is bounced 2-2 by Justin, also supporting himself into Bothnia. However, there is some progress with the Austro-Hungarians getting put into Warsaw with the help of Chris. So that's the one Russian dot that falls, and then we have Italy has decided, hey, I didn't really like you going to Adriatic very much, Austria, so now I'm going to take Serbia with the help of my good friend Turkey. Serbia's gone, and Austria will still be on 3. A bit unfortunate that one of them is a fleet Adriatic in this point in time. 3 armies would be a little more helpful. Jeff just taking his time, making a friend in Italy and self-bouncing black and going back to Smyrna. Nice, and it's Turkey, be patient, generally rewarded.
So get Patrick saying problem with responding to Western Triple by piling on Austria. Austria is close enough to the line to link up with the Western Triple for some revenge. Shane, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly slows things down, right? A lot of the time, what you're trying to do is have your side of the board go quicker than the other. And if you've got someone on the other side of the board willing to put a stick in the spokes of that alliance, then yeah, I mean, if this is a Western Triple running up against the conglomerate in the east, the West is already in the ascendancy. We've got Prussia, Livonia, Silesia, West Med. They can slide up to Lyon, force West Med later on. Like it's, yeah. I mean, they can still kill Austria in the east, but it's slow.
All right, take a look at these adjustments. Peter, anything stand out to you?
We got a fleet Rome from Isaac, and the army in Naples. When I guess I would sort of have expected the reverse, but I'm not the one who's a 7 Italy at the end of 02. So
Maybe some signaling there, perhaps.
right, yes, signaling. Don't worry, Turkey. Yeah, that makes sense.
Spring 03.
Okay, Spring 03, and we see that signal was followed through on. Italy kind of pushing in every direction at once, out into Tyrrhenian, but also north of the Tyrol, although that doesn't go. They do get into Budapest. They support themselves in. Meanwhile, Turkey takes Greece, but that may be by arrangement. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. Bunch of bounces in the black. Yeah, so Turkey just snagging Greece, but otherwise not a lot of progress against Russia. Meanwhile, the Austrian army continues to march north. So Russia supports it into Livonia against the Germans, but then backfills goes into its way into Warsaw. The Germans now have 3 armies on Warsaw, but they do have a pith in Livonia. And then we have England getting its way into St. Pete's. Yeah, and then France, other than France moving into Piedmont, I think France, and it gets into Piedmont and it gets into Lyon, but otherwise it's a bunch of bounces. All right, and then in the fall, because Italy is now set up, Italy and France bounce each other in the Western Med, so nobody's making progress there. France takes Belgium off of England. That's perhaps by arrangement because England's going up 1 with St. Pete's. And then the French support the Germans down into Tyrolia, while the Germans support themselves into Warsaw, and the English support the Austrians into Moscow. A lot of concord, international concord happening. Much support.
It's a regular United Nations.
Yes. Yes, these are just peacekeeping forces, Austrian peacekeeping forces entering Moscow. Meanwhile, and then it continues in the south. We have the Austrians supporting Germans into Budapest to kick the Italians out, but then the Italians retreat into Romania. Everybody's taking each other's dots. This is good stuff. Black Sea remains vacant. Yeah, Turkey's kind of playing conservatively, but going up 1. So why not? But I suppose Turkey will also have all of its centers occupied. So it won't be able to although it won't be going up 1 because it loses Bulgaria. So never mind. I kind of wonder whether Turkey might have supported themselves in Bulgaria there or if this is all arranged. I'm not sure.
Shane, anything?
Yeah, I mean, if the self bounce was Bull instead, like if you're using Greece and self bounce there, and you push anchor even to Armenia if you really don't want to be in black, you can build. But yeah, I mean, the West is just rolling right now, right?
But yeah, I mean, if you just look at the map of the eastern half of the board in the winter, just like who controls what, the colors. If you advance into the winter, it's a real patch. It's a
patchwork. Yeah.
It's a beautiful quilt.
It does. Looks like something my grandmother made.
Yeah.
This is sometimes a game of aesthetics and sometimes a game of numbers. And right now, I think it's a game of numbers rather than aesthetics.
This is interesting. I think what our players are showing us here, Justin was kind of alluding to it earlier, about the risk of getting Austria engaged when you're the heir trying to throw to stop the Western powers. We're kind of seeing how that could play out. I'm confident that it would always play out this way, but it definitely went a long way towards breaking that line faster than what we typically would see in this situation.
Yeah.
All right, spring of 1904. Back to you, Shane.
Like, this is no whack on Jeff here because he'll probably end up the biggest one in the East. But how's he contributing it right now to stopping the triple? that is the question I've got. Like, it just how does it not just keep rolling? Anyway, let me see what happens. We still have our 2-2 bounce in West Med. Then we have a bounce in Holland between the French and the English. Kind of interesting. No convoy again. Might tell you something that it was properly arranged in an attempt to actually take it. Jason walks into Moscow because the Austrians have gone into Ukraine where they can create maximum chaos. The Germans keep progressing. They're into Baltic now. They're into Galicia. They have lost Budapest, but, position the dots is probably fine. See how it goes. And now we see Jeff starting to come out of his box. He's walked into Serbia, has taken Black now, has taken Armenia. So there'll be full pressure on Sevastopol to fall, Bulgaria to fall, Romania to fall. This is when Turkey starts to come out and do something, I suspect. But the West is dominating this board. Cool. We moved on, did we? All right, cool. Just because so much of it still looks the same. England will take Moscow and has bounced. Jeff doesn't pick anything up here. Actually, doesn't pick up Serbia either. Walks out. Wow. Okay, so there was a bounce in Sev, a bounce in Rum, a bounce in Black. Walks into Albania for some position. Nothing still really happening for the Turk. The Italian has been put into Galicia with the help of the Russians. Which I guess gives a bit of position. Warsaw's moved up to Livonia. I mean, it's just Christian's still getting good position despite being pushed out of Austria because he's just replacing trading the position in Austria with position in Russia. We have our 2-2 bounce in West Med. The French convoy Marseille into Tuscany, which will help them get around the back of the Italians. And again, it's all pretty chill in the north with Maya and Jason bouncing Holland again. And yeah, so very, very quiet for Jason, although he will pick up Moscow and we'll see what his build is.
I'm seeing some things in the comments about the Western Triple's moves being perhaps not kept totally internally secure.
And this is my favorite response. Not all of them.
There's only so much time.
Yes. I think that this is helps us understand something else we saw in chat. This game was something you had to be there to fully understand. So I mean, that's the kind of game, just looking at this, I hope that that's true in a fun way, not in the alternative. Spring of 2005, back to you, Peter.
Sure. And just something else I'll note is Justin, as Russia built here, went up 1, down from 2, even though last year he had disbanded the 2 units that were sort of actually close to his center. So which I think he did something similar in one of the previous games, and it's a real indicator of how the most important thing is really to be useful to potential partners more so than to just play tactically and defensively. So kudos to Justin on that. Here in the spring, starting in the east, the Turks support themselves into Sevastopol. This time they get through, but the Russian Sevastopol army retreats to Rum. The Russians are supporting the Italians into Vienna, which is, I think, the last Austrian dot, and that has nowhere to go, so that gets piffed, unfortunately for Phil. What else? Germany tries to reposition a bit within Russia, but gets bounced by the Russians. We have England sort of moving into Norway, I guess, to keep any sort of funny business to a minimum with that German fleet there. And then the English finally do convoy one of those armies off the island to Holland. I guess I have trouble imagining that being arranged. That seems, I wouldn't like that if I was Germany, certainly. And then more bouncing in the Western Med. And after moving into Tuscany, the French convoy their army back out of Tuscany back to Marseille. So it looks like there's some kind of big realignment happening in the West.
Yeah, the French helping the English into Holland is significant, right?
Yeah. And France doesn't take Venice, as Jason pointed out. Okay, in the fall, start in the west this time. Yes, the English dive down into Helgoland. The French send Belgium to Ruhr and also Marseille up to Burgundy. So yeah, this is the Western Triple is now an EF. Germany sort of retrenches.
Also known as a Western Triple.
uh-huh. And then we get the Germans retrenching. The Germans pick up Moscow, which is probably going to be pretty invaluable. That dot's going to be pretty invaluable to them here. I suppose that means they won't have to disband. And then, and then over in the east, what is happening? Oh, so the Italians support the Russians out of Romania, out of the Italian Romania into Ukraine, again, to be in a more useful spot to do things. And the Turks hold on to Sevastopol. Aegean is a big bounce. The Turks don't do anything, like they don't go for Bulgaria or anything. So they're not being too greedy here. And the Italians rotate around so that they have more units sort of closer to where the dots are.
The question now is who comes to help Germany, if anybody?
Mm-hmm.
And does Turkey just go, well, I'm just going to hoover up everything in the east now and let
that
be that?
Italy could.
Does it benefit Italy?
Well, that's the bigger question, I guess. What do we got? 405. To see, depending on the adjustments, I guess that gives you more of a feel for what people want to do.
Yeah.
Well, they put down an army.
All right, I might start. The Turks, nothing happens. It's just bounce city for the Turks. They did try to get into Ukraine and Sev, which suggests we're going to potentially try and put pressure on Moscow. Still very little interest in Bulgaria or Romania. We've had the Russians go into Rum, which, I mean, I'm not sure if that is necessarily anti-Italy or an attempt at a bit of a swap and a trade. Jesus, look at all, there's just so many single bounces all the way through the east. Mm-hmm. We have a lovely four-way bounce in West Med, which I quite like. It was 2-2 for so long, and they went, let's just do something different and have four. Okay, so let's go to where it's actually vaguely interesting. So Livonia's supported Moscow up into St. Petersburg, and the Russians have managed to backfill and get back into one of the home centers. So well done, Justin. The English have decided to slide right down into North Sea, Wales, Clyde. So it looks like an attempt at a realignment. The only one fighting Germany right now is France, who has taken Munich. The question is that ultimately sustainable in the long term? So it looks like Jason's man and Chris might be kind of trying to patch it back up and turn in on the French. It's really hard to tell. This is a really interesting game.
It's an awkward position, and for some reason the image in my head right now is a middle school dance. Just everybody's like, I think I should go and do this, but nobody's quite comfortable enough.
Right? Yeah. It's all just no one's willing to offer a support order and make anything happen. It's all just little pokes and prods.
The perks of being a wallflower.
Yeah, well, our wallflower in Turkey is picking up Serbia
just fine.
Also managing to keep Greece by the looks of it, because you can't convoy Rome to Greece via only the Tyrrhenian Sea. Potentially a misorder there from Ionian? What does that say? To Liverpool? That's very, very odd. So Jeff will pick up Serbia and mercifully, from his perspective, keeps Greece to build. He's pulled into the Aegean. He's set up onto Bulgaria now, so now's the time for the Turk to really start getting going. Maya has given up all of the bouncing with Isaac and is trying to spin back around and fight off the English. There's a bounce in the Channel, and the English will also pick up Belgium. Maya has decided to try and patch it up with Christian as well. Somewhat tried to patch it up with Christian by walking back out of Munich, which he takes back. Yes, it just seems like realignment without any real clear purpose to any of it. It's really interesting that the West went so hard and so well, and now it's just kind of fallen into this kind of bitsy play. Like, look at the East, it's still a dreadful, nightmarish mess, like where the Russian pieces are, where the Russian centers are, but anyway. All right, so what do we have? The Turk builds a Mediterranean fleet. The Italian pulls Rome and Galicia, a little more defensible and flexible, I guess. Maya has pulled fleet Portugal, which I find fascinating, but I guess the English fleet threat isn't imminent right now. I mean, are they thinking about a draw here? Like, it just seems so. It doesn't seem like anyone has the desire to push much further. There doesn't seem to be much coordination and direction to this play from what I'm seeing. And poor old Justin, 2 builds, can't put any of them down.
But pretty good.
No, I mean, if you draw now, you've managed to get 4, and that's great.
Yeah.
So if you ask me if you're Justin, the answer is yes. I will take this draw. So, winner of 1906. We got an interesting board state. We've got board kind of balancing, finding some equilibrium-ish, but we've got 7 center Christian Brown in the lead, holding on and doing more scrambling. He is once again showing where his biggest strengths are. And we've got a declining Isaac Chooks in Italy and a rising Jeff Wang. If I were any power voting against a draw right now, I think it would be Jeff. And I think the rest of the board might want to respond to that. We'll see if they do as we go into spring of 07. And I go back to you, Peter.
Okay, so speaking of Jeff, what is happening here is the
convoy swap.
Oh, there's a swap. There's a convoy swap. That's fun. So Justin takes back Sev while Jeff takes Rum. Jeff also takes Bulgaria, so that's going to make the Balkans all Turkish if that holds. But otherwise, in the east, it's a lot of red arrows, a lot of bouncing, and yeah, the Italians move Trieste up to Tyrolia. I mean, this seemed to suggest to me that the east is sort of mending fence. What's left of the east is mending fences. Would be my guess reading this. And are moving into position to deal with, what also looks like maybe a fence mended west. Yeah, because also in the west, we see a lot of bouncing. We see a bounce in the English Channel, although we do see Jason Liverpool down to Irish Sea, so that's setting that up, but that's going to be 2-on-2, so there's not really much to be gained there.
I guess he forces Channel here if he wants to.
But can he?
Well, where's the second French fleet?
Port. I see.
Channel.
Yeah, no, I see Channel. Yes, you're right.
And then he's got play on Mao when Norwegian goes to now.
Yes, of course. Okay, so yes, that is actually advantageous. And then, meanwhile, they piff the English and Germans piff a French army in Ruhr, and Germany supports itself into Moscow, but Justin is going to Warsaw anyway. So
there's a lot of rationalization, right? They're trying to make it neater and more manageable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like it's like, what is it, like defragmenting of a drive?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and then in the fall, we see the Turk walks out of Greece to let the Italian in, but otherwise there's a lot more because he supports himself into Aegean so that he can get through. But otherwise holds on to Romania and Bulgaria. There's a bounce in Budapest. The Italian thinks better of moving towards Germany and heads back into Trieste. Sort of in the Russian mainland, everybody kind of holds pat. And then so he doesn't need to force England. He supports the English support themselves into the English Channel, but the French, seeing that that's in the cards, decide to bounce out of now instead. So, which I think a good move. And then the French move Portugal up to Spain, north coast. And then meanwhile, the Germans advance into Burgundy. The French retreat into Paris. So the what is now an EG continues to work together against the French.
There's definitely play now if EG want it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give a shout out to Christian Brown. For those of you who've been watching a long time, Christian's been playing at least since 2021, may have been one of our 2020 players, playing for a long time. Was very young when he started and very much had the traditional see dot, take dot, I need to grow constantly kind of approach that many newer players have. Showing some great restraint here not going for Norway, giving Jason Gray the confidence to be able to separate and go focus, and building into something that, like Shane was saying, there's some potential for some longer term growth if they choose to go that direction. So just some good growth and maturity. Wanted to call that out after a rough go at it, hanging on and making something happen here. All right, winner of 07 and spring of 08. Back to you, Shane.
On we go. Let's keep going with Turkey, shall we? Bounce in East Med, forces Greece, but Trieste supports Greece into Serbia and forces that. So kind of no harm, no foul. Hard to tell if they're actually at war or not still. Could just be realignment and guaranteeing things. And a convoy to Rum, which is very nice through Black. A lot of nice convoying from Jeff in the Black Sea, making that unit very, very useful. Pushes up into Ukraine as well. Justin trying to reclaim the homeland is unsuccessful in Moscow, but I'm sure he'll try and have another pop. I've been really interested in watching Chris's game, actually. When France supports the English into, I think it was Belgium, you're kind of thinking, well, that's that. But he's certainly managed to fight his way back into the game here. He's managed to get a hold Burgundy with the English's help, but he's also walked into Holland, which is interesting to see what happens with that. And the English have convoyed into Picardy. Yeah, the movement right now on this board is in all through France, right? So, yeah, this is shaping up pretty nicely, but the Kiel to Holland move is the thing that is of the significance here. Is this just realigning things, or is this actually maybe an attempt at a dot? Down into the rest of Italy, moving westwards, because they sense that the French are in a very precarious position. Off to fall, the Italians continue to move west and take Marseille, walk into West Med. I think they're trying to support the Spanish fleet into mid-Atlantic, but it doesn't go. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe that's a misorder. Either way, it's a big series of bounces. France doesn't lose anything, which is, well, apart from Marseille. The English have blown up. Oh, okay. The English have blown up the German fleet in Holland. So maybe that isn't a bit of a alliance hygiene for people who call it that. Justin has managed to get back into Moscow. Congratulations, but has lost Sebastopol, so still can't build. And what's Jeff done here? It's picked up Greece, but has actually dropped 2 to Turkey. But Turkey will stay the same because they also pick up Sebastopol. Again, it feels like they're just balancing numbers now, right?
Mm-hmm. Peter, anything?
No, it's interesting to see how actually numbers wise fairly static it's been for a while now. So I'm curious. I suppose the thought is for EG that there's sort of hay to be made in France in the next year or so. Because I don't know among the East if there's sort of comparable growth without turning on each other.
Yeah, normally the threat is, well, Turkey will just get bigger if you guys keep fighting France, right?
I mean, I guess the argument could be that, Italy gets some French dots and then Turkey, gets a couple of those Italian dots like we're already seeing here a bit, and that they could grow that way. But it does seem like EG has more potential in that regard.
Yeah, Steve Hogue saying, hey, we've got some resolution here, and good on the players for finding a way to take that patchwork quilt and put it into something a little more organized. And to me, I think we were commenting earlier, it didn't feel like there was vision. I don't know what it is yet, but I do get the feeling, the sense that there is a vision. Our players are trying to, they understand how this game is going to end, and they're starting to arrange things towards a draw state.
Perhaps the leaking in the West really kind of solidified England going against France and disentangling from the East and kind of slowing all the progress down in the East-West battle.
Yeah, I would suspect that. Winner of 08, we see the move to Holland was an attempt to rebuild with an army.
Yeah, you're nearing the end of the game, and what use is a German fleet if you have 0 planes on attacking the English?
Yep.
It does make sense.
All right, spring 1909. Back to you, Peter.
Okay, so we see in the West, is there any movement really? Well, the French support the Italians actually up into Burgundy, while also supporting the German. what is the army Paris doing? Oh, it's moving. Oh, I see. Germany was supporting Paris to hold. Oh, how interesting. Or Germany was supporting Press to Picardy. Oh, all very complicated. But anyway, upshot is that the French are supporting the Italians up into Burgundy. And the English don't make any progress against Brest or Picardy. The Germans get back into Munich. The English army in Holland heads down to Ruhr. That looks, if not arranged, sort of understood. The English head into St. Petersburg, while the Germans take Norway. And then the Turks finally do get into Moscow. They support themselves in while cutting Warsaw, which isn't supporting it anyway. So the Turks finally get that long-awaited goal, while also pulling back from Greece to Bulgaria, continuing the bounce. So it does look like the IT and the EG are both continuing to sort of head towards their end games and seeing which of the two alliances can get up there faster.
So,
And they sure do, yeah.
Yep. So Vikvar, they do retreat into Belgium. So it'll be interesting to see who ends up keeping Belgium as we go into fall of 09.
Okay. Well, the answer is the Germans end up keeping Belgium. Otherwise, it's a lot of red dots in France. Nobody really makes any progress. And a lot of support holds in Germany, a lot of support holds in the north. Turkey attempts to make more progress, but the Germans are supporting the Russian army in Warsaw, so there's no further progress there. Interestingly, in the east, we see instead of a bouncing in Aegean, a Turkish repositioning, sending fleets out to Bulgaria, south coast, and Greece. That could be interesting.
Creates a walk into Smyrna is what it does.
Yeah, although the Turks are getting a build.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if that was prelude to some kind of move, but also if you're Turkey, you don't have any armies, and you've actually just cut your path for armies off to do anything in the Balkans. So I can't imagine. I would not be surprised if it were to draw here.
Yeah, me now. Isaac's done beautifully in this game, by the way. He's played really well.
Absolutely. Don't think we called that out very strongly. Just like little call outs here and there, but that's how he did it. And little moves, making the right choice at the right time. Winner of 1909. And yes, we do in fact draw here. Congratulations, Isaac Jukes, 9 center Italian top. Over 8 center Jeff Wang in second, and Christian Brown hanging in there, coming out with third in Germany with 7 centers. That was
patience with Jeff in Turkey and scrambling from Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Love this super fun game. You could feel there was some frustration, but when our players can come out with positive feelings at the end, that was great. And our world champion, biggest proponent of the Kraken out there, successful IT, can't be stopped. This is proof. You've seen it right here. All right, that was lots of fun. Peter, your game to call. What was the story? How did Isaac do it?
I want to look back at it and see how Isaac did it, because a lot of the time it seemed like there were kind of more dynamic things happening, and for a while Isaac really seemed in decline, but he sort of held out, and then sort of, I guess it was really that accommodation with Turkey and really working so smoothly with Turkey over a long period of time. There was a period in the middle of the game where I sort of was afraid that sort of falling into the unfortunate trap that I think Italy can falling into, of having to sort of rush over here to deal with something and then rush back over there, and not having enough time in either zone to really make forward progress. But that clearly wasn't the case.
Shane, what about you?
Yeah, it feels like the West kind of fell apart just as like it looked like the East was absolute chaos, and they managed to kind of just pull it right back, right? They managed to just fix it and make it work, and that kind of balanced the East and the West out pretty well after that. And yeah, Isaac managed to be in the middle of it and, take advantage of what worked for him on both sides, which was really cool.
Craig, I don't know how much you were able to catch of that. Anything stand out?
Yeah, that was a mess. I mean, just a mess. What a fun-looking game, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful mess. And I'll call out here Isaac or Jason saying Isaac did it by keeping France on side all game.
Yeah, it's just bounces and
Yeah, the relationship, managing the relationship between France and Italy is probably the single most important relationship that Italy has. It's very easy to neglect that. I as a tenured player, I won't say veteran because I don't have the trophies, but as a tenured player, I often forget that. Like, it's so obvious to me. It's like, oh yeah, we just shouldn't mess with each other, and then inevitably I'm neglecting whoever that is. They are like, hey, you didn't talk to me. I was like, well, I didn't think I needed to. It's so obvious, but it's not. Like, it's, you've got to put in the work. That can be the key decision about how your game will be as the Italian. All right. Well, this is the final game of the night. We have the luxury of having 3 analysts on air. I'd love to have you all, but if anybody needs to go, I know it's probably late for some of you. So if you need to, you are welcome to drop. Otherwise, here is game 284, final game of the Virtual Diplomacy League we will be covering tonight. And let's get to it. I'm going to mark this with a transition, and then we'll bring it in. And Craig, I think you had the longest break, so we'll give you the call for this. Introduce game VDL 284.
Well, in Austria, Stephen Hogue. Stephen Hogue is a great player. He plays a lot at face-to-face. He won Whipping a few years ago. Great guy, very well liked. I can't stand players like that. Patrick Jacobson, Bay Area player, also plays a lot in face-to-face. Super fun to play with. Very nice guy. Also ruthless, utterly ruthless. Michael, I've seen Michael's name, but I can't bring up where if I've played with Michael or not. I think I have. Justin Lohr in Germany, the aforementioned in every game tonight. I think has Justin played in every game tonight except for the first? I think so.
I think so.
Aurora Adaman. Aurora has been playing a lot in virtual and I think has made it to a face-to-face tournament or two, has just been killing it in virtual and face-to-face games that I've seen Aurora in. Shiel, I had the pleasure of playing with Shiel in round 2 today, and super fun to play with, playing out of London, I believe. And then Wild, which I think is Maya, a.k.a. Maya. Super good player, easygoing, fun to play with.
And we've got
a good board. This is a good board.
Second place, third place, fourth place, all on the same board. So this will have some
don't
impact.
discount 41st place.
Also,
Patrick
41st
is very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah, the placing does not always equate to skill, as I often tell myself. But it is definitely meaningful for the standings and for our viewership. All right, Craig, let's wrap this thing up tonight. Spring 1901.
Okay. England and Germany, the most vanilla, boring opening in the world, as is France's, forcing Burgundy. And then in the East, I could not think of a more boring set of opening things, except Warsaw Holding, which allows Stephen Hogue to get into Galicia. That's noteworthy. Fall. We have England. England does something horrible to Germany, bounces Germany out of Holland with a convoy, and Burgundy moves up into Ruhr, so we're looking at EF possibilities here, and France picks up the 2 builds. In the Balkans, again, we have Italy taking Greece, but does not attempt to take Trieste, but wouldn't have mattered because it would have been bounced out anyway. And Black Sea is left open so that Russia can pick up the build in Romania. Russia going to get 2 builds because Germany did not bounce Sweden.
Steve. You had Austria at WDC. It wasn't great. This looks worse.
I'm wondering here in the fall what tipped him off in the negotiations that things were going so badly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Justin, that's a good call out. When was the last time you played a game where both the lowlands were untaken in 1901?
And Serbia.
Yes. So we've got the neutrals fighting back in this one as we go. Winner of 1901. Whoo, we got some good little, some statements here as well. Shane, I'm going to go to you for this one.
See, this whole Low Countries thing is just proof the position is way better than Dots, right? How good is French Army and Rouen so early? Cool. Those are our adjustments. Myers opted for the Army. Fair enough. I guess makes sense. And I mean, shout out to Aurora for getting what I think is one of the great things in diplomacy, which is support into Greece as Italy in 01. It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, right? All right. So let me start with Steve because he got my attention. He's unsuccessful in getting Serbia. Thanks, Carlos. He's unsuccessful in getting Serbia because Shiel and Meyer have worked together to put Meyer in. He's gone Albania to Adriatic, but he's also lost Trieste and he's gone back to Budapest to try and turtle as best he can. He'll be in Bud, Vienna, and Adriatic, and it's just very messy. I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are with your words in this situation. If your position is kind of dragged out like that, it's not ideal. Let's have a look at France, because I found that quite cool as well. Kicked out of Rouen without any real attempt to do it. I'll try to support the English into Holland, where I guess England goes to Holland, fine. I mean, a pretty good second prize having to retreat to a neutral Belgium, I suppose. And position from Paris into Burgundy, shifting things around. It'll be interesting to see how Patrick reacts to the Portugal fleet and Mao, Spain, South Coast thing. I mean, it's probably fine. And what else? So Shiel has kicked Patrick out of Norway. He's retreated to Skag. He has potential play to take Norway back in the fall. I think we're starting to see things kind of shake down. It looks like we've got France and England working against Germany, but Russia is kind of intervening on Germany's behalf a little bit there. And I think poor old Steve is in a bit of trouble at the minute.
Peter, if you are Russia in this situation, you're facing an EF. They're clearly going against Germany. Do you tend to help prop Germany up, or are you more of a let me get mine while I can and pile on?
I'm more of the prop Germany up school of thought here. I think that they're working so aggressively out of the gate that keeping Germany viable is more important than being able to hold Norway, which also is much less certain. I think you have much more ability to influence, to support Germany than you do to hold on to a single dock.
For a long time, the Juggernaut has been like the big scary alliance in the early days of the hobby history. It got this reputation, I think in part just by the name. It's such a fun, scary name. I think that most of us in the modern meta, at least, would argue that it is not particularly strong, at least not outsized compared to other alliances. But when we've run the numbers, the EF by like early in our Debian stats, I haven't run it recently, it was like almost double the effectiveness of all of the other alliances. I don't think it's that strong anymore, but it's still very strong. So we tried to give it the name the Leviathan to help have some kind of power like the Juggernaut. I don't think it's caught on quite as much, but it's definitely one of the stronger alliances in the game. So we should. I tend to agree. That's a very long way of saying I tend to agree that propping Germany up as Russia can help with your long-term survivability. All right, follow vote 2. Back to you, Shane.
Cool. I will start in France because that's just where my eye was drawn. They've slid straight into the Med, going into West Med and North Africa. Aurora will pick up a build in Tunis. Very nice. Aurora also manages to hold on to Trieste. But Steve also manages to hold Vienna and Budapest, so he will stay on 2. And it looks like Aurora has traded Greece to the Turks in exchange for the pickup. In Tunis, we have a bounce in black, and Shield is Shield has helped Patrick into Denmark, I guess, as the trade for Norway. So the attack on the Germans continues, but France doesn't really, none of the armies do anything to advance that attack. So we'll see the Germans go down 1 and Austria go down 1, and yeah, that's kind of it.
Craig, Peter, anything to add?
Well, what we were just saying about Austria or Russia sort of slowing down to EF, there's other options too.
Yeah. All right, winner of 02.
Seems like Russia didn't continue to prop up Germany there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no right way. Like, it's always the diplomatic situation is going to be far, far more important than anything else.
Yes.
But
That was probably to save Norway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, spring of 03. We're going to go to you, Peter.
All right. So now the Russians are supporting the Germans into Denmark. So maybe this sort of balancing that they're doing is going to work out after all. The English head into Helgoland and drop down from Norway into North. That also puts Russia's ability to hold on to Norway into much more secure territory. Meanwhile, the French continue to advance into Germany, taking Ruhr. Germany retreats to Munich. Ruhr retreats to Munich, rather. The French take Tunis off of Aurora in Italy, while also picking up the Gulf of Lyon. And so France is lining up against Italy pretty nicely as well. And over in the east, the Turks take the Black Sea. They have all fleets. There's like 3 fleets sitting in the Turkish mainland, but 2 of them are moving in Russia's direction and 1 of them moving out into the Med. And then the only other, I think, actually a bunch of notable things happening. The Italians support themselves into Vienna successfully. The Turks support the Austrians into Russia, into Russian Romania. So I suppose you have the Turks working with what remains of the Turks are working to hobble the Russians. Austria's going along with that project, but also Turkey and Italy do seem to continue to work together in dismantling what's left of Austria. I guess that's consistent. Oh, and then the last thing I suppose notable is Russian Army Warsaw, rather than sort of stick around to sort of help defend the homeland, heads west towards German dots. All right, and then in the fall, we have Turks take a swing at Sevastopol, which doesn't go. But the Turks do get themselves into the Ionian. And the Russians take Budapest with Italian help. So I think, no, Austria will still be alive on 1, but all the Austrian home centers are now taken. Meanwhile, the French continue to line up against Italy. They hold on to Tunis. They move into Piedmont. They take a swing at Munich, which doesn't go because, I see the Russians are propping up the Germans in that move to Silesia. They're supporting Munich to hold, which is necessary because Kiel is lost to an English convoy. So the English now have 2 armies on the mainland. The French have 2 armies lined up against Munich. And last but not least, the Russians take Denmark off of the Germans with English help. I see. So English Denmark falls to the Russians to get rid of the Germans. Okay. So a lot of dynamic dot trading happening, but I guess the upshot here is that the EF continues apace, and the Russians continue to kind of swing around and balance depending on what's sort of momentarily useful to them.
The question was with the French supported Turkey's fleet in Aegean to Ionian, and the answer is yes, they did.
Come on, Stephen. Disband Romania.
Yeah, I know,
Disband
right?
Romania.
Yeah.
Please.
Look at that. Ian Walksman.
Yes.
Yay!
He does it.
Find that survival center.
Nice.
All right, so Steve Hoag's got the beard to play a mighty fine pirate, so I definitely like it. All right, winner of 1903, we've got Moscow Army and Army in Warsaw from Russia. We've got Army in Berlin, Army in Marseille, disband in Romania, and setting up for a nice 1904. We'll go back to you, Craig.
And of course, Eastern Med walks into Smyrna, thank God. But Turkey makes up for it by taking Sev. And even though all the support was cut, Russia gets into Rum. Little convoy from Greece over to Apulia could spell trouble for Italy. And then in the west, while sticking in the Med, France takes the Tyrrhenian Sea, which is also very foreboding for Italy. France takes Munich, and Berlin is piffed, so it doesn't look like Germany is going to stick around beyond this unless somebody swoops in to help them. England takes Denmark off of Russia, but Russia was going back to Sweden anyway. And then Russia is moving westward to take Berlin and put up some defensive units to protect it. Munich does retreat to Bohemia, so I don't know. I don't know that that's going to matter, although there is a support potentially into Vienna.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you can argue it's a trade, but because of Berlin, but
Okay, in the fall, so Russia held Romania for a hot second, and Turkey takes it, but that spares Russia from losing Sev. And then not much else going on in the east here. In the middle of the board, again, a lot of holding, a lot of bouncing. Holland moves to Rum. Sweden does fall to England. I'm kind of confused. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. Okay. Yep. So looks like England has a big year this year. Picking up 2. England puts down a fleet in Eddy and an army in London. Seem like reasonable builds. France puts down Fleet Brest. That's interesting. Didn't have Marseille open for a build.
I think you can explain it away, right?
And say goodbye to Germany. Thank you for playing, Justin.
I mean, we have had 1905 is the quota for Justin Lohr in one broadcast of all of these games. Like, it's about 4 hours of Justin Lohr, so we hit that limit. So thank you for playing, Justin. And Shane, what are we seeing in 1905?
Cool. I've been interested. This EF has just been working really nicely and efficiently, right? And I guess your other alliance is potentially Israeli Turkey, but like France is making such great hay. I think France is really grateful that England's managed to pick up those 2 builds to keep things fairly even. If France is still miles ahead, then maybe Patrick's starting to ask some questions. Let's start with the EF. France continues to get better position, managing to get into Tuscany and also Piedmont to start threatening Venice and Rome. Tries to push on Berlin with the help of the English, but doesn't quite make it. What's Patrick up to? Trying to convoy into Norway, doesn't quite succeed. Manages to get a little position in Baltic and Norwegian Sea. That means Norway is pretty much gone, and Patrick can start moving on his merry way. I guess our issue is if we're seeing this as France, England against the rest of the board, Aurora moving into Trieste and out of Tyrolia is kind of potentially a bit significant there. Steve has moved out into Aegean, and I think he will live another year regardless of this, as long as he doesn't do anything silly, and he'll keep Smyrna. Shiel has lost Sevastopol to a Turkish fleet, but has managed to get back into Romania. And that's interesting, that little bounce between the Italians and the Turks in Budapest. Surely miscommunication rather than anything arranged in that situation. That's potentially significant. My concern right now, if I was playing on this board, as, I mean, for Steve as one of a person, is that like the other Eastern powers are going in the wrong direction right now. On to the fall. Sure enough, Norway is gone because Patrick really wants it, so he's got a whole bunch of supports going there and a lovely convoy slingshotting right across. Retreat back into Barents. Shields also moved up into St. Petersburg to try and shore up the northern defences. Tried for Sweden, but that was not going to happen because of Baltic. The EF is still trying to take Berlin, but has not succeeded. Looking down into where Michael is now, opts to try for Rome and is unsuccessful. Makes no further progress, but I mean, just a matter of time, right? Drip, drip, drip. Steve does survive. It's good that Maya doesn't even take a pop at Smyrna to try and get it back, because Steve is busy helping hold the line in Ionian for the Turk. Russia loses Sevastopol, kicked back out of Romania, also loses Budapest. Not a great turn for Shield, but your question now is, where does Shield disband? And this is where game management is really important, right? When you force someone into this sort of situation where they're losing a lot of units and they have to choose who they hate least, you should really be trying to make sure you're the person they hate least, because then they'll be more generous to you than the other person. So it'll be really interesting to see what Shield's vibe is.
Patrick waltzed into Belgium there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. I missed that one. Yeah.
So
Interesting. So France will be going down here because there's no makeup.
we also have this little bit of juicy
very
goodness. So
I appreciate this
who
context.
is going to be who's voting down these draws?
Well, I mean, Patrick just walked
Yeah.
into Belgium to go even with, to go up one from France. So
Why doesn't Patrick push on from here?
signs
Two
point to
votes.
Patrick.
I was going to say, if there's two fleets, we know exactly what's going on. There they go.
Splish splash.
Indeed.
Yep,
And
we
that's
did.
Oh, and Norwegian. Norwegian
Alright.
will come over to North Atlantic.
The
All
German
right.
disbands were quite interesting there too. Shield pulled everything that was kind of in Germany and Austria.
Mm.
So trying to hold the line up the top, and there's, I guess, it's only a matter of time until the Turks put an army into Sevastopol and start eating through the south. Yeah.
All right, spring of 1906. We've got Patrick Jacobson taking the lead with 9 centers. Get a tie for second between Michael's France and Maya Wild's Turkey. And not too far behind. Keep an eye on Aurora as well. Spring or fall. Oh, I'm sorry, spring. I think this is to you, Peter.
Okay. So in the west, Patrick sends a fleet out to now, bounces in the English Channel, heads to Burgundy, picks up Berlin, sort of waltzes into Berlin without opposition, and takes the Gulf of Bothnia, which has to retreat to Livonia. So Patrick is just kind of expanding that footprint that he has in the Baltic area. Otherwise not much happening in the north. France turns everything around except for the Fleet Tunis. The Fleet Tunis keeps going, but everything else turns back to defend, which is potentially good news for Aurora, taking a lot of the pressure off that she's been facing there. The French head into the Ionian. The Turks leave Ionian and headed to Greece. Yes, onward to Syria. I see in the chat, like in Lawrence of Arabia, when he pulls the sword and goes, Damascus. We have, Italy sort of has the breathing room now to send some of those units north. Although, interestingly, there's still that Turkish army hanging out in Apulia that just holds. But that's kind of bordering all the Italian centers, so it's a bit dangerous still for Aurora there. But the Turks lose Ionian to the French or give it up. and the Turks are sort of repositioning, I guess, to get. Although they triple self bounce in Romania, so they're keeping Romania vacant. So I'm not quite sure what the Turkish position, what position the Turks are trying to arrange here.
That Italian army is like the comparable stone in the shoe that the Turkish army in Apulia is.
Yeah, the one in Budapest, you mean?
Yeah, like sorry, Budapest and Apulia. If both of those are out, they can just go.
Right.
So maybe there's a
Sure.
bit of distrust there.
No, sure. Yeah.
A little more juicy info. Thank you to our players for giving us this context. It's really helpful. So in the spring, open veto from Steve, and then fall, there was a private veto, or I guess a private failed vote. And then Steve saying we had a group chat about Tunis to Ionian. What I really like about this is Steve's very much an active player with his one little fleet sitting in Aegean. And I'd like to just remind everyone how oftentimes games like this, if you can keep those smaller powers on side, that can be the difference. So, and if you're a smaller power, you can find a way to keep yourself engaged and have a lot of fun with it. Fall of 1906, back to you, Peter.
Well, I guess the discussion about that it's not okay was followed through with some disciplinary action. The Italians and the Turks worked together to kick the French army out of Ionian, and the French actually blow it up. Meanwhile, let's do the west first. We have the English moving into position into the English Channel. Irish Sea bounce, so nothing really moves in the Western seas other than the English Channel being taken by the English. The French are able to get into Munich, but everything else is a bounce. The English put their fleet into Norway against Russian opposition, so that'll help make that more defensible. And then, a lot of red arrows, bounces in Silesia, bounces in Bothnia, St. Petersburg. Not a whole lot of movement otherwise in the west and the north. And then in the south, we see what I would either trust or guesswork between Aurora and Maya in terms of the Italians continuing to move their armies sort of north while that Turkish army hangs out in Apulia. I guess they don't really have a way to get rid of it. There's nowhere for it to go that isn't an Italian center. So I guess it's sort of stuck there. And the Turks convoy Army Khan to Sev, as Shane was saying earlier. So now that's the move northward for the Turkish army is on. The Turks do have all these fleets in the sort of Black Sea basin, which, or at least, they have two, but that's sort of probably one more than you need necessarily.
Surely Apulia is getting convoyed out next turn. Like, it seems like the trust seems to be there. This game is right now what Aurora wants it to be. It's about their decisions and what they want to do, I suspect.
And Shane, if you're Aurora, what would you want?
I'd want to be pushing on the Franco-English position, I suppose. Like, the thing is, it's still really quite loose and guessy between France and England, right? Like, you can potentially work with France here, or you can potentially work with England, but I don't know if there's much incentive to work with England because all you're going to do is make Patrick bigger.
It looks like there's some real distrust between Turkey and Italy, because some of those movements like Tyrolia to Bohemia, wouldn't Vienna in Bohemia just make more sense here? I don't know.
Yeah, or even supporting into Bohemia, supporting Vienna into Bohemia. Yeah, you keep Tyrolia with a position.
Yeah,
maybe
keep
Tyrolia
there,
is
put it in.
That you put Venice into Tyrolia later, or the Turkish and Italian stuff is what I find interesting right now. I think the next year we'll know.
And it's slowing down establishment of a viable position for both of them.
I think the only way Patrick doesn't top, it's up to them if Patrick tops or not, I suspect.
All right, winner of 1906. We know that there was a failed draw vote in the fall, so I think that means we keep playing here. And no, we don't. So spring of
Yeah.
1907 draws here. I do agree with this personally. There is a pathway. I just don't know if there's a pathway in 3 years. Like if this were an untimed game, or if this were even like a 1913, 1915 kind of timeline, definitely more to play for. But I just don't see anybody catching Patrick without a very significant diplomatic
Like
change.
the entire board would have to
Right.
come together. And look, I mean, the fleets in like the Baltic, Bothnia, you're never getting rid of those.
Yeah.
You're just never getting rid of those. And they're just you're
with
going
this
to
scoring
lose.
system-
You're going to
sorry.
lose St. Pete soon. You know,
Mhm.
so
With this scoring system, just a rewarding on placement. Like, yeah, no one's getting over Patrick in the amount of time left, right? And so if you're Turkey or France, of course you're taking this. Even if you're France and you might want to fight England because they've upset you. But this also comes back, I think, a bit to Shields disbands. When Patrick can walk Berlin, that really, I think, makes it a bit of a fait accompli at that point in time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, congratulations, Patrick. That was a pretty dominating win on this game. And it looked to be one that probably had some pretty tense moments of negotiation. And I hope it was a lot of fun for all of our players as much as it was for us to watch. With that, I want to, before I forget, I often forget, I want to make sure I bring up our results. So as always, these results are not official, and they have occasionally had errors, but we've been doing VDL coverage for a long time, so I feel pretty confident that we've got it right. So taking a look here, here is your top 10. We do, I believe, have a shift. Aurora moving up to first place.
0.7. 0.7 spread.
That is math that you did faster than I did. Okay, that's incredible. We always say every center counts, and that is what we're seeing at play here. Aurora just narrowly edging out Claire Bradbury. Justin Lohr, the prolific Justin Lohr, coming in third. Wild, I believe, moving into fourth. Jason Gray in fifth. Ben Kelman up to sixth. Thomas Orr at 7. Rounding out your top 10, David Samore, Julian Wellman, Bazadong, and our positions 11 to 20, Eden, Nastya, Craig, Darcy, Florian, Patrick moving up with 2 games. Richard Bolton, Michael, I think moved up a couple places. Baz, and we added Christian Brown. So well done to all of our players. And that was a lot of really fun games to watch. I hope you all had fun. I'm going to give each of you a chance to close out the broadcast. I'm going to start with you, Peter, because there was one thing I'd asked and then neglected. You want to give a shout out to the Boston Massacre?
I do. Yes. So we talked about tournaments earlier. The Boston Massacre is happening August 14th to 16th. In true fashion, it's not in Boston; it's in Cambridge. But it's I've never been myself actually. But the Boston Hobby, which Alex Maslow is the lead organizer on, is really fantastic. A bunch of those folks came down for the Mischief a few weeks ago, and a bunch of us are going up for that. So that should be a fun hobby. Or a fun tournament. Anybody who's on the East Coast. I'd love to see you there.
Yeah, I've been a couple times. That's a fun one. And Alex and the Boston crew are good people. So yeah. Thank you. And we'll go to you, Craig, next.
Boston Massacre was the first tournament I ever went to. It's really fun, very welcoming, and Alex Maslow is a lot of fun. That's it. I don't have anything else.
All right, Shane.
Yeah, final plug for the Flying Fox Fandango in Melbourne, 17, 18 October in Brunswick. Going to be tons of fun. And the Oz Open is the final face-to-face tournament in Australia this season, 13 to 15 November. If you have a hankering for virtual diplomacy right now, I think Snake Pit is this afternoon. That's the Australian version of the Tour of Britain, I guess.
Awesome. And I believe we'll be covering Snake Pit soon. I don't have my schedule in front of me, but I know that is one of our upcoming ones to cover again. Always a really good time. Love watching those games, and I learn from all of those. And I want to just thank each of you for joining us. I had so much fun with you, Craig, Shane, Peter. This was an absolute joy, absolute blast. And I hope you had a lot of fun. And I want to thank each of you for watching. And this was a really, the chat was really active tonight, and really appreciated all the engagement and great games. So most of all, just want to say thank you to our players, to all of our organizers, and to the rest of the crew at DBN who are keeping things running behind the scenes. Thank you all. And with that, Craig, I'm going to let you sign us out.
Stay safe and stab well.
All right. Good night, everybody.